All right, much better. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. Today is a wonderful day. Welcome, trainers of all ages, to the Go Lounge July tournament, the Johto Cup Remix. I am your host and your caster for the day, Go League Greg. Happy to have all of you back here again today for the fantastic day to Go Battle League. Who's excited? I know I am. I'm very excited for the battles we have going on today. We have some amazing trainers that have signed up and some amazing teams have been put together. I've seen combinations like I've never seen before. I have seen Pokemon I never thought I would see in a tournament style, and I have seen some dedication from some trainers who are ready to go a long way. Today's going to be a fun day. We have how many rounds of it today? Is it 5 rounds of Swiss, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, followed by a top cut. Anyone want to fact check me on that one? 5 rounds of the top cut. Cheese. Hello, 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 everybody. We got some great people in the chat. Let's say hi to some people while we're here. Who do we have in the chat? Crispy, Overlord, Raikou, Wit. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mystic Sparkle. We've got DIV, it's me. What's going on? Is me. Sorry, what's going on? Decibel Viper. Technically, it'd be Go Battle League Gregory with 3 G's. Greggorry. But you're right. That is my full legal name. Jack Ripper's in the chat. Dandelion, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Who else is in here? Will Cujo, the Cujiest. Lord Cream. That was my nickname in high school. Krusty Krab's up in here. We got some great people. We got some great people in the chat, and I'm excited to see who goes all the way, because if you're unfamiliar, the first prize is $100, and I know everybody wants that first prize. So without further ado, I say we ado it. Let me see if we got our people set up, ready to go in the streamings. We sure do. Let me see if I can get this all queued up and ready to go for you guys, because we have our first match already paired up, ready to go. If I can get it to connect. All right. Let's see. Oh. How do I deafen myself real quick? Deafen. Good. Over here, same thing. All right. Cool. All right, we should be looking good. Hey, we got a first-time chatter. I added you to my list of people I can't stand because I'm jealous of your hairline. Stop. Oh my gosh. The flirting has already begun, and I'm here for it. I don't want to expose these trainers' teams, so give me just 1 second. Let me do that. Hide this. Hide that. Hide this. That works. But let's head on over to the battling zone. Okay. Well, that needs a little bit of an adjustment. Stand by for battle. Like I'm Paul over here. Greg might be perfect. Greg is far from perfect, but you know what? I'm grateful for all of you. I truly, truly am. Let's make sure this is looking right. It's a different phone than what we normally use. Got a new phone on deck. Trying to elevate our game over here. 37. Taking the top. I'm assuming it's going to be the same here. 55. Close. Right about there should be good. Spellbringers in the chat as well. Look at all these great people. Great people in the chat. Excited. I know I am. All right, close those up. Let's get back to this. See who we have in here. Welcome on in. How do I do this? Making sure we're all set. Is it tourney? There it is. Boom. Ain't that beautiful? Make sure we have everybody's teams ready to go. Who we have on stream right now? We got our trainers picking their teams, it looks like. I see Spacebar, and I see Simon the Leader. So that's going to be some fun times. Making sure we have everything ready to go. Trainers should be getting their teams picked out, ready. And once they are locked in, we can get them on the screen. In the meantime, I'm going to get some side graphics going. Okay. Stand by for that. There we go. Whoa. I miss Kevin. Oh, here we go. We got a trainer locked in. We got a trainer locked in and ready. Simon the Leader's ready. Kevin's birthday was fun. Kevin, I hope you had a great birthday. Excuse me if I seem a little bit frazzled. Just getting everything very laggy. Yeah, I noticed that too. Tell Spacebar not to start just yet. It's not us. I think it might be Simon's casting. Or are you saying that the whole stream is laggy? The casting is laggy? Okay, give me a second then. Don't have anybody lock in just yet. We'll fix that. You're not laggy. You're perfect. Oh, okay. Good. The trainer themselves. Okay, I thought it was us for a second. I was like, oh no. Yeah, I think it's just might be Simon's stream. That's kind of how it's coming through. It looks like it's not on our end. So long as I'm not choppy, then it's gonna be matchup is laggy. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's gonna be just them sharing their screen. So Simon, if you could hear me before you start your battle, go ahead and double check your internet. Make sure that you're at a good speed. It seems like you're really struggling on our end. So I want to let Simon know that if they wouldn't mind, please. Simon, if you could hear me, your stream looks extremely laggy. You might want to check your internet. Oh, and we're starting, I guess. Okay, never mind. Trainers are locked in, and it's already begun. We have Pile of Swine versus Mill Tank, and I'm concerned that there is an extreme amount of lag on one of the trainer's sides. Icicle Spear does make contact from Spacebar, but here comes Simon with the body slam. Good call. The pacing between the two trainers is extremely odd at the moment due to the fact that there does seem to be some sort of a delay. I wonder if that's going to have any effect on the rest of the game. There's a swap to Kingdra, but Now it's Kingdra versus Kingdra. Man, the whole thing's lagging now. Now we have both trainers that seem to be having casting issues coming through on the stream. Trainers, we apologize for this delay, but it looks like we're going to have to rework some stuff with our trainers in between these battles. Until then, all we can really do is kind of enjoy what we have in front of us and hope for the best. Uh-oh, indeed. Well, down goes one of the Kingdras, and there goes the other. There's still a hair. This is probably just a Discord lag, not a game lag. Possibly. I think it might be working well on the side of Spacebar. I still think that Simon is having just a bit of connectivity issues. There's Raikou, who is expected to be a fan favorite today, given the fact that we have Overlord Raikou, the one and the only, as part of this amazing team. Work with Simon after this game? Absolutely. Thank you. Until then, we're going to see how this plays out. Miltank is able to catch this Swift from the Furret. That's going to be a huge catch on the end of Simon, because they're really going to need all that they can get out of this Raikou. So to make sure they didn't lose any extra energy was devastating. All right. Simon's Raikou builds up to one away from a second Aura Sphere, throws the first one. It is taken by the Furret. Now it's a game of who can charge down first. That Pile of Swine is going to get to 2 moves, and that is going to be enough to end. Oh, wait. No, it's not. Hold on. Raikou throws first and is immediately able to throw a second one. Oh my gosh, Spacebar had 2 Icicle Spears, could have double thrown, instead went for the farm down, but Simon's Raikou was able to get to that second Aura Sphere holding on with 1 HP, and Simon takes the first match. Wow, what a way to end it. Right at the very end. Okay, before the trainers continue, let's have them... Before we start the next battle, we're going to have both trainers reset their Wi-Fi because both trainers had some sort of connection issue at one point. So I'm going to close that out. We're going to cover this up as well. And both trainers are hopefully going to be able to reset. Okay. Trainer left team. There we go. Much better. There's Simon's team. Oh. And then we have, I think we need to just shorten this to that right there. Beautiful. And for this team, we have Spacebar. Perfect. There we go. Just like that. That's how it was always supposed to look. All right. I've been loving every second of having a Hundo or Dialga origin. Ooh, I bet in the Master League, I can only imagine. All right. It looks like both trainers have reset their team or their screens and everything in betweens. I am going to adjust the amount of ads we have today. But we have one trainer already locked in. Spacebar is ready to go. That is a much cleaner looking stream as well. I think that's going to be a good sign. What? Battle me? Jack! Please, no. I have no wife and no children. I have nothing to live for. Please don't do it. Monetization. Ads. Okay. Boom. All right. And is able to adjust. Nope. Great. All right. That should be that. We should have a lot less ads now. It looks like both trainers are locked in. Maybe. Someone's lagging. I think, unfortunately, Simon's, when he disconnected, has disconnected it entirely. So, yeah. Simon's still there. Unfortunately, it does look still a bit laggy on their end. So we're going to mostly be watching from Spacebar's side, but we still have ourselves potentially 2 battles remaining. If someone wants to know, let Spacebar know that they have been disconnected, and they got to resend the battle. Thank you so much. Mr. Bug, welcome to the stream. You must be a steel type. Oh, yeah, because you use Dazzling Gleam. Do you see this silver? Huh? You see this gray? I'm all steeled up, baby. Come on now. You're looking quite dapper. Oh, my gosh. Thank you. That's such a high honor. Our trainers are resetting their screens for right now. It looks like one of them, Simon had to reset his game entirely. So we're going to wait for that to reload. We're going to make sure everything's all good to go in the meantime. A lot of these things are poorly typed out by some idiot who's just reusing something from last time because he's in the middle of moving. So he may or may not be a little behind on a few of the graphics he wanted. That's okay. We're still going to have a fun time today. I'm excited for it. Huh? Oh, I see. Crispy, I feel the same way. Make sure you have a good beverage. You're ready to go. Looks like both trainers went ahead and reset their games entirely just to be safe. Which is good because we were in an ad. So after this, all the ads will be fixed. It looks a little bit better from Simon's end. And here we go. We are underway. We have Typhlosion versus Kingdra, and the battle's already begun because it looks like Simon's is still a little behind. A swap to Miltank means a swap to Jumpluff for Spacebar. Looking to get some good farm up and then take both of those moves from Miltank. It's going to be neutral. Sorry, it's just so odd watching it. It's at different speeds. I'm going to focus in on Spacebar's battle, and we're going to have to just lock in, folks. We have the first Energy Ball coming off from the Jumpluff. Now, remember, Energy Ball has the potential chance to drop the opponent's debuff. Did not get the debuff on that energy ball. In comes another attack from the Miltank. It is going to be a Thunderbolt, and it is going to be taken by Spacebar, looking to save those shields because this is neutral damage. Out comes the Typhlosion, but it's not. The Sword Timers are too misaligned. They're not able to get out of there in time, so they have to throw one Acrobatics, and Simon chooses to take it, knowing that this Typhlosion is a sitting duck once it's swapped back in, putting a lot of chips in their double rollout basket, if you will. We have a Miltank and a Dunsparce staring down the rest of this team, but Spacebar is up so much energy, I don't know if Simon can make a comeback. We did see a crazy comeback in the last game where Simon's Raikou held on with 1 HP to throw, not one, but 2 Aura Spheres. Is that going to be the case? Can Simon pull off a miracle back-to-back games? In comes the Body Slam. It does okay damage. Remember, this is not a Shadow Kingdra. This is a regular Kingdra. It is going to be a bit bulkier. We're seeing a little bit of lag now from Spacebar side, but they did throw that Swift. That Swift is going to connect into the Miltank. Down goes the Miltank. All of Simon's chips are now in the pot, and they are all on Dunsparce. Can Dunsparce pull off the 1v3 using that final shield? This is going to be a tough challenge for this little Dunsparce, especially with the fact that Spacebar still has both of their shields and 3 Pokemon. It is not looking good for Simon. It is not looking good for Dunsparce. It is looking like an uphill battle. In comes the Furret to start taking some of these charge attacks from the Dunsparce. But here's the thing, folks, this is just not going to be enough. This little Dunsparce, as much as it might and as strong as it will battle, it's not going to be able to get through 3 Pokemon, 2 of which were basically full HP. Here comes in yet another Drill Run. Furret still eating these. Finally getting up to a Swift. 1 Swift should be enough to knock out this Dunsparce. Oh, Dunsparce barely hangs on, but it is in vain. Spacebar is able to take down Simon and tie this game up with a 3-ball, 2-shield flex. That is pretty impressive, you ask me. We are 1 apiece. This is best 2 out of 3, so it is not over just yet. Either one of these trainers can still win. We've seen them both win a battle already. We can see them do it yet again. What are they going to pick? What is this team going to be? What's it going to look like? Only one way to find out, right? No cake. Ozito, can I have some of your cake? Ozito, please. All right, trainers are locking in. Yo, what's popping? What's going on? Welcome on into the stream. First time chatter. Happy to have you here. All right. 2 trainers are both looking over each other's teams, seeing what Pokemon they want to pick. Let's see if we got that right on the first rip. I don't think I did. Did not. Okay. Viewer tournament or what? We're hosting this tournament. Can I join? Unfortunately, you had to already sign up by yesterday, but we do these tournaments once a month. So if you like what you see, if you enjoy a good tournament, you can still participate because the August one is coming up real quick. It is going to be an open Great League tournament as we approach World Championships at the end of August. But do they taste good? Ozito's cake always tastes good. Come on. Come on now. Don't even try it. Do 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 do. Here we go. Trainers are up. We have teams locked in. It is Jumpluff versus Galarian Corsola. Now, Spacebar has Piloswine and Kingdra in the back, while Simon has also brought Kingdra, and they brought that trusty Raikou from the first match that won them the game. These are two very incredibly bulky Pokemon, both of which that are going to pace pretty decently to their moves. Corsola does have the slightest advantage in the fact that Power Gem is a super effective move against Jumpluff. However, it is the move that takes a little hard to get to. It is not a stab move, and Jumpluff is still going to be able to eat a Power Gem pretty easily. Not going to be able to take the second one as well. This does give Corsola the advantage because Corsola would need to eat 3 moves for Spacebar to win this matchup, while Simon only needs Jumpluff to take 2. So there will be some shields exchanged if Spacebar wants to keep his Pokemon, unless he goes for a catch. An insane catch by Spacebar. Catches on the Kingdra. But again, one more time, remember, guys, this is not a Shadow Kingdra. I know we've been using a lot of those in the Go Battle League. Shadow Kingdra is a lot more of a glass than the cannon that regular Kingdra is. So it's able to take that one move and possibly turn the tides. We now have a Kingdra on Kingdra matchup, and Simon is going to use their first shield, the first shield of the entire game. Wants to preserve their Kingdra, wants to go for the full farm down, can't get there, so they have to throw the Swift. So now Spacebar chooses to shield as well, wanting to get that second Swift out, seeing if Simon will invest both shields into the Kingdra. Simon does not. The Swift goes through. Their Kingdra holds on, but Jumpluff comes back out just in the nick of time to throw another Energy Ball. Now, Simon has to decide, do I want to get rid of my Kingdra and do the same thing? No, uses to get rid of the Kingdra entirely. Now it is once again probably going to be a Corsola versus Jumpluff matchup. Let's see what he goes with. Yes, Corsola versus Jumpluff yet again. I believe that Corsola could farm down this Jumpluff if they invest their shield. Instead, goes for the Nightshade, and Spacebar opts to give up the energy built up with their Jumpluff to now invest entirely into their Piloswine as soon as they sacrifice their Kingdra first. Looking to get maybe a quick farm down instead of getting that extra energy. This is going to be a very close battle. We saw this battle earlier where Piloswine and Raikou went off, and I guess Spacebar was looking to take the first one, seeing if they could. Their really only option was to take one at least. Spacebar, hold on, Jack. Spacebar is looking at needing to throw both Icicle Spears and needs to avoid the catch from Simon if they want a chance to win. Here comes in that first Icicle Spear. Will the timers be misaligned enough? Choosing to take the move here and undercharged as well. Down goes Raikou. Corsola is not going to be able to get to it. Wait. Hold on. Corsola might just barely. Okay. We had a disconnect from Spacebar. Corsola might be able to hold on just barely and is able to hold on. Simon is able to squeak out a second win yet again using their 1 HP luck and magic. What a very close game. What a very decisive game. And Simon, in 2 miraculous victories, is able to advance as the winner. 1 HP. That's right, Luke Superstar. 1 HP. And you used bits to do that. Oh my gosh. Luke Superstar, thank you so much for the bits. We really appreciate that. Welcome on in. Pants? We will not be doing a pants check. I am not wearing pants. What an incredible battle, but it is Simon who will be moving on in a victory sense, but it's not like Spacebar is knocked out. This is Swiss. So even if you lose your first match, like what happened here today, you can still find yourself in the top cut very, very likely if you do well in the rest of your battles. Let's head on over to the Hello, can you guys hear me? There we go. For some reason, the Zygarden's not working. Just give me 1 second. I want to see what the rest of this tournament looks like. Spacebar in the chat. Game states were completely broken. Listen, I think you battled phenomenally. I think you did an amazing job. There we go. Okay. Much better. So we see some of these battles have already finished, potentially already done for the day, for the round. Give me 1 second, folks. I want to make sure I have this properly queued up. Where's the edge of that? Right there. Beautiful. Okay. Where's our Zygarden? Oh, don't do that. I'm a big fan of Windows, and that's complete sarcasm. I'm not. We had some great battles in here. Let's see. Executor versus Crispy, and Executor 2-0'd the Crobat King himself. Mystic Sparkle looking to be not only the Kanto Queen, but the Johto Queen as well. Going in for that victory. We've got, let's see who else is in here that had some good battles. Ozito also got 0-2'd. Some interesting turn of events in here. Let's see. Anyone else in here had anything crazy going on? It looks like Superboy was unable to get in time. Yeah, I think once this match is over, once Simon and Spacebar's match is reported, we are able to get on over to round number 2. I'm excited to see what those pairings look like. We're going to keep refreshing this to see if we can get a little sneak peek. How do I get this to work properly? Oh, I see. I see. That's all it gives me. And that's all we'll get. And that's that. Let's see if those round pairings are up just yet. As soon as they're up, we can get back into the battles and talk a little more about it. Yeah, Mystic Sparkle. She might be just the queen of that entire continent. Remember when Crispy was kind of good? Crispy's one of the best. Gonna keep an eye on that. Just waiting for those scores to go on. Oh, wait, no, we do have one more battle right here that I didn't see that was not submitted. And we still are waiting for the Simon Spacebar battle to be updated on Zygarden. So we had some good battles in there. Why is this still making noise? There we go. Okay. Keep an eye on that. Mrs. Barrow said easy. Like it's nothing. Like it's absolutely nothing. Which I agree. Not just an early stream, Lord Drew. It is our tournament for July, the July Go Lounge tournament. Gotta stay hydrated. Gotta stay hydrated. I got a loose hair right here. It just won't go away. You see it? That auto adjust is up. Do. Let's see if we can fix this. Yeah, that's what I figured you were going to tell me. There we go. That's a bit better. Maybe we warm this up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. That looks like a person, right? I look better now. We just had to fix a few things. Better, much better indeed. After you focused on you had to lock in. Had to lock in and focus, obviously. Still waiting on that one set to finish up. And still, yeah, on this end, it looks like Simon and Spacebar's battle has not been updated. I wonder if I can manually do it myself. Let's find out, shall we? Using this and that and one of these and okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. So back to what the hell is this shit? Back to life. Back to reality. Let's get this going over here. Bracket. Spacebar. Okay, it is updated in that sense. Maybe it's just not graphically updated over here. Oh, there we go. Now it's up to date. Now we're looking good. Now we can get back to it. Show me that. Boom. All right. Anything else left over here? Nope. Nope. Win. Everything's submitted, submitted, submitted. We have a winner, winner, winner. Looks good to me. And if that's the case, then we should be seeing round 2 any second now, which I'm excited for. I'm sure you're excited for it as well. It's going to be a good time. In the meantime, in between time, Ozito, love you too, buddy. You leaving? I thought you were participating. Don't be leaving me, please. Come back. I need you. I still think you're going to go 4-1. I think you're going to do it. I think you're going to go all the way. Jack Ripper slapped Jack Ripper with the back of their hand. Jack Ripper, why would you hit Jack Ripper like that? I've never seen Jack Ripper be so mean to Jack Ripper before, and Jack Ripper deserves better than that. Jack Ripper, you should totally leave Jack Ripper. You deserve better. Jimma, what's going on? Jimma, welcome to the stream. It is a safe place indeed, unless you slap yourself, apparently, according to Jack. No, we're going to have a great time today. I'm excited. I'm excited for the rest of this stream, for the rest of these battles, and what we have going on today. What do we have in the chat? I saw Pokecatch. What was it? I missed it. Where'd it go? Oh, a petalily. A pet illy. How do you pronounce that properly? I've seen it, never used it. There we go. Round 2 is officially live. So let's see what we got. Any really good matchups we can potentially see in the stream. Let's see. Who do we think we're going to see matched up on stream? Spacebar up against Dink. That also been a great battle. Spooky Mafia versus Crispy. That's going to be a good battle as well. Real Dojemon versus C. C's going to be a good battle. Ozito, I believe in it. Ozito, and then, we've got Superboy versus Kurz. It's going to be a good battle. Kurzing's a good trainer from Canada and a good friend indeed. But we will see who is getting paired up for us in just a moment. Let's see who's brought to the stream. Who's going to be our competitors on stream? Superboy on stream when? Superboy has streamed before. I've seen it. I've seen it, and I can't get this to work. Don't do that. Who are our lovely judges and hosts going to bring to the front? You got to max the shundo and run it. You got to do it. I heard only hotties get a shundo today. I don't know. I think that's true, Dandelion. I think that's true. Only hotties. That's why I haven't gotten one yet. Maybe one day. Maybe someday. Only Jack knows what Shundo I got. Ooh. Secret hotties. 281. Connect. There we go. Finally. All right. So we have one of our first trainers. This will be a fun matchup. You guys are going to love this. I can't reveal who it is just yet. I want to wait till it's on screen, but it's going to be a fun matchup. Here we go. I have team opens. Maybe you need me. Cool. Boom. Make sure I have everything queued up, ready to go. That was weird. We're not going to talk about that. If we want to get on over to the battle, we have to reset the scores as well. My mouse is lagging. How's my mouse lagging? No one will ever know. Luke Superstar, how could they know? How could they know? Do. Let's see. Where are those? I get this to work in my favor. Nope, not like that, that's for sure. We got Killy Boy. Where is it? Why does it do it like that? Oh, come on. Work with me, not against me. Boom. Killy Boy versus Charming Pori. Oh, wrong screen. Killy Boy versus Charming Pori. There we go. Much better. Line that up perfectly. Like a professional. Killy Boy. Charming Pori. They are currently choosing their teams. And while they're choosing their teams, let's go over what we're looking at here because they have some interesting matchups ahead of them. Why is this playing sound still? Oh, give me 1 second, guys. There we go. Okay. So from Killy Boy, we have another Raikou on the left. Raikou is going to be what seems to be an interesting pick for the day. We have Ledian. Anyone will tell you, I enjoy me some Ledian gaming for sure. I love me a good Ledian gaming. I think Ledian is going to be my spice pick choice of the day as to who I think is going to make the most splashes and who I'd like to see make it to the end. We have another jump bluff and a Miltank combo getting kind of bulky. This time we have a Shadow Kingdra and a Furret to round it out. On Charming Pori's side, we have a Shadow Quagsire, a Dunsparce. So once again, we see Dunsparce on one side and Furret on the other. Two normal types that are already very popular in the Go Battle League squaring off against each other. We have our first Ariados on the stream today, which Ariados is a Pokemon that I really am interested in seeing if it is going to go all the way. It has a lot of potential, but it is also a bit glassy. With all these rollout users, I'm not positive if Ariados will have as many targets as it wants to find. But with those charge attacks, it can be a deadly problem for some trainers. Mantine is another really great bulk pick. We see Lantern coming back to the big screen yet again. And a Miltank to round it out. All right, trainers are squared in. It's Dunsparce. It's Jumpluff. It is two bulky Pokemon. But if you ask me, I think Dunsparce has a little bit of an advantage here. This time, Charming Pori is the one, unfortunately, having connection issues. So we're going to watch from Killyboy's screen. Killyboy gets up to their acrobatics and goes immediately for it. And Charming Pori calls the acrobatics, says it is not going to be a bait. They are going to full send it, uses their first shield. Killing Pori is able to catch this rock slide onto their Miltank. Miltank is going to take that a lot nicer than a Jumpluff will. And we're going to see two rollout users, two normal type rollout users, go at it against each other. Now, Charming Pori could swap out here if they wanted to. They have the advantage, and they are choosing to. They're going to get over to their own Miltank. It is now a Miltank matchup, but these are not two of the same Miltanks. On the side of Killyboy, Killyboy has decided to run Ice Beam instead of Thunderbolt, and Charming Pori, we do see that classic Body Slam Thunderbolt combo yet again. Killing Boy going for a second Body Slam, looking to get rid of as much of the opposing Miltank as possible. And we're going to see a lot of energy on Charming Pori's side. Charming Pori looking to get the maximum amount of energy on their Miltank before these matches switch up again. Apparently, it's my outfit. I'm too hot for the computer to handle. Another Body Slam is able to go through. Charming Pori looking to get that full farm down, but knows they're not going to get it. Is going to have to use one little bit left of their energy, so they're not going to exit this Miltank matchup with as much as they wanted to, but they are still going to take the win. They're still able to get on a move if they can get there in time. They do. Holding on with 1 HP, Charming Pori is able to get to that Thunderbolt, which is going to do significantly more damage. It is a stronger move, and it is neutral into this Shadow Kingdra, able to take down over half of the Shadow Kingdra, and in comes the Ariados, who is able to avoid the Miltank with its rollout, and now has to worry about the Dunsparce with not only its rollout, but his rock throws as well. Ariados trying to get ahead, goes for the Trailblaze to boost these attacks, knowing that a lot right now is riding on Ariados for Killyboy. My device is overheating because of Greg. You guys are too kind. Takes the second surf. Down goes Ariados. It is a bit of a glassy bug. Most bugs are, except for that Letty we talked about earlier. Waiting out the full timer. Back to this Dunsparce versus Jumpluff matchup. We're going to see yet another acrobatics come through, but now Charming Pori unable to shield like they did with the first one. This acrobatics is going to make contact and do some pretty decent damage. One more acrobatics would be enough to take down this Dunsparce, but the problem here is for Charming Pori that even if they got to 2 rock slides, both of them would not be able to knock out this Jumpluff because Killyboy still had a shield. Goes for the catch, gets the catch onto the Miltank, but Killyboy also called that this could be a catch potential and threw the energy ball to not waste the full amount of energy because they didn't need a full acrobatics to take down this Dunsparce. They only needed to connect 1 energy ball, and they played this smart with their energy, was able to get out both of their energy balls off that Jumpluff and end out the battle the same way that it started with Jumpluff versus Dunsparce, giving Killyboy the first round win. What a great battle. What a fantastic battle. If there's a chance, can we ask Charming Pori if they can check their connectivity before continuing on? What a game indeed, AO. AO, what a game indeed. Okay. They are resetting, so that's good. The message was received for Charming Pori. Maybe we can have our first battle where both trainers have functioning speeds. Well, that looks a lot clearer. I'll tell you what, on my end, it looks a lot clearer. We're going to see if it translates well on stream, but I am excited. The Gripples. Oh my gosh, you guys are too much. All right. We have one trainer locked in. That was contagious. Good. I hope the whole stream just yawned. I apologize. I have been working tirelessly. I don't know if you could tell, the background's different. We are in the new house. There is so much to do around here. There's construction to be done. There is things that need to be moved. So we are working with a little bit of the bare bones right now. I have been working again. That is going to be an update for Monday's stream when I tell the Go League Greg fan what happened there. But we'll talk more about it later. We have yet again Jump Love coming on out, but this time instead of going against a rollout user by the name of Dunsparce City, rollout user by the name of Miltank. But we still see those rollouts doing pretty heavy damage. The difference in this matchup is that Miltank doesn't have that super effective rock slide to go against Jumpluff like Dunsparce did. So Jumpluff is in a little bit of a better spot here. Once again, though, we see another catch come on in. Killy Boy is able to catch the first body slam from Charming Pori's Miltank onto Killy Boy's own Miltank. And we have the rollout users mirrored up, matching out, rolling on through once more, but instead of it being a Miltank versus Miltank matchup that we saw in the last battle, this time now it's Miltank versus Dunsparce. We've essentially swapped from the previous battle, and let's see if it's going to make a big difference. Is that the swap, the change, the pivot that Charming Pori needs to win this battle in ways they could not in the previous? A drill run connects and does pretty decent damage against Killy Boy's Miltank. Killy Boy getting a lot of energy out of this Miltank before they throw anything. So we're going to see if this is going to be their play to build up and get out. No, goes with a double body slam instead. Is going to get denied on that. In comes the next drill run from the Dunsparce, and it is not enough to take out the Miltank. CMP did not really matter there for Charming Pori because Miltank is still able to get out that one last body slam. Now, Charming Pori can go for the farm down and is barely going to miss on 1 HP, catches on their own Miltank. We have a lot of Miltank catching today. There is milk, and it is catching all over this board. Back comes out Jumpluff. Charming Pori now with extra energy on their Miltank is going to be able to start getting some moves out onto Jumpluff, unlike they were able to do previously when this matchup was on our screen. Killy Boy looking to get a little bit of energy and throw this energy ball, knowing that it will be enough to knock out. Will Charming Pori invest their first shield and save the energy they put into the Miltank? No, going to let this Miltank go down and going to rely heavily on the Mantine, who does have super effective advantage with this fast attack, but not with the charge attacks. Now, this Miltank is running, it looks like, hold on. First shield invested from Charming Pori into the Mantine, knowing that he's going to want to protect against this. They are running Water Pulse Twister, which is the standard set for Miltank. You'll have to excuse me. Mine are usually on the opposite side. So when I saw that dragon move, I was like, whoa, building up something big. Takes their first energy ball from Jumpluff. Really trying to get a farm down here. Is unable to get the full farm down. Gonna have to throw a twister. And Killy Boy says that this Jumpluff is not worth preserving. I'm gonna start using my 2 shields into my third Pokemon, my Kingdra as well. Kingdra comes out and knows that it does not want to take a single one of these twisters. These super effective twisters will be devastating onto Killy Boy's Kingdra. So Killy Boy looking to take those 2 shields and go for an egregious farm down against the Mantine. But just if you can't tell, if you aren't able to do the math fast enough, there's not going to be enough Dragon Breaths to take down this Mantine before it gets to its third and final. Oh, it is. No, it's not. It's caught. I thought it went down, but instead, able to catch. Oh my goodness. Able to catch on the Dunsparce and get out the drill run. No energy was used, though, by the Kingdra onto this Dunsparce. Went for the full farm down. Was able to get it and is able to take down Charming Pori for another 1 versus 1 going into a decisive game 3. Mr. Bug, I'm excited to share those updates, by the way. I saw your message. I appreciate that. Anyway, been working like 14-hour days and moving. It's been a little bit of a struggle, but we're having a great time. We're having a wonderful time. So, do excuse me if the background's a little bland, if the assets aren't really setting, but we will still have a great day today. It's going to be a good time. I'm excited for it. I really am. Crispy. Crispy, how'd you do? How's that Crobat looking? Is he batting 1,000? What? Crispy. Crispy. Come on, man. Was it at least a close battle? Oh. Didn't Killy win game 2? Oh my gosh, you're right. You are 100% correct. Thank you for fixing that on me. I had them backwards on my screen. It was a 2-0 in favor of Killy Boy, beating out Charming Pori. What a terrible cast, and that's on me. I had them backwards on my screen, or on my devices, rather. They queued up in interesting ways. I was like, what? They're taking a long time to queue into this. That was a 2-0 in favor of Killy Boy. Congrats to Killy Boy. Great battles both times. And it looks like that swap from Dunsparce to Miltank against the Jumpluff lead was not the change that Charming Pori needed it to be. All right. Thank you for catching that first time chatter as I'm sitting here like an idiot going, oh, when was it going to be ready? Let's see if we have any update on the tournament. Anything exciting happening here that got reported? Executor going for their second 2-0. Really going for an egregious lead in this tournament. We have another back-to-back 2-0 from KWA Legend Push. And we'll see if that's the same thing here. This battle has yet to be reported. Let's see. Any other interesting changes in the rundowns? Oh. Hold on. Dink no-showed? That's interesting. Okay. Spooky Mafia got the 2-1 against Crispy. Real Dojemon got a 2-0. Ozito and got 0-2. But listen, 10 versus me, you got to look out for them. They're a pretty intense battler, that's for sure. Kurtzing going for a 2-0 against Superboy. We got some good battles in here. Looks like we're just waiting on one, maybe two more battles. I saw a Crobat today, didn't have a Crispy nearby, so I deleted it. I save all my Crobats. I save all my Crobats for the times when I'm able to see Crispy and trade them to him. Let's see. Where is that screen? Looking good, looking good, looking good. A Regirock name Crobat? You have a confession? Crispy, confess your sins to me. I'm usually called Daddy, but today you can call me Father. Confess your sins to me. What are they, my son? I used one stick from your chest. Oh, wow. Father Greg, Pastor Greg. I don't think that worked well for me. Set up later. Sure. Okay. Can we just get to the point where this works? Daddy Greg. See, that's Krusty Krab. That's what I'm used to. I'm trying to get this device to just work so we can have a clean device to work with, but it's fighting me. Daddy Greg. Absolutely, Alice. Absolutely, indeed. I just need this to download Discord. That's all. All I need is to download Discord. Please. Ox King. What's going on, Ox King? Welcome on into the stream. I'm doing well. Thank you, V. Listen, you're crushing it right now. Back, right? Was it back-to-back 2-0s? If I'm not mistaken. Where'd you go? A menace. No, not back-to-back 2-0s. Did I mess it up? I might have messed it up. You didn't show for your first one? Oh. But then you came back and 2-0'd and you're in round 2. So you know what? I think that counts. I think that counts for something. Okay. Hold on. If I can just, if this would just fucking work. Let's see the rest of this bracket in the meantime. Still waiting on a couple more battles. Waiting on our first top battle up here. What is wrong with this mouse right now? Oh, not this battle. Well, yes, this battle. Oh, there we go. It was resubmitted. 2-0. Just not updating yet on the overarching. Mystic Sparkles battle as well. That's still going on. What else? Anything else? I think that's the last battle that we're waiting on, is the Mystic Sparkle battle. As soon as that one is over, we can then get on back to it. We have Feraligatr versus Feraligatr. We have Furret versus Furret. We have Noctowl versus Noctowl. Looks like we have Ampharos versus Shadow Ampharos. What an interesting matchup on team. The only difference is being Azumarill and Togetic. Togetic? and Quagsire and Jumpluff. Two fairy wind users, and two Go Battle League staples. Time for the tournament. How it's going well. I think we're doing a good. Things are going well today. I think. Display and brightness, auto lock. Turn that shit off. Attorney, how old are you? I'm 31 years old. Can you believe that? 31. How disgusting. Let's see if there's any update yet. Doesn't look like it. Looks like they're still battling it out. Guys, in the chat, do me a favor. Tell me what Pokemon do you expect to be? Wow, Greg, we're supposed to be young. I know. We're old, man. We old. I gotta turn that off as well. This is fucking killing me. I hate trying to set up a new phone and it's just agitating. Like, let me just use the device. You know what I mean? Keyboard. No, not that. Just the regular keyboard. Just let me. Oh my god. And then underscore Kingler. Well, Ku, that's exactly how I feel. Oh my gosh. Is it that old one still? I gotta remember what that was. I gotta go so far back to get there too. Do you put yes. I gotta go back to February for that. I just gotta change this. There it is. Okay. It's me. Almost ready? Was that an asking or a telling? Because if it's a telling, I've been ready. If it's an asking, I've also been ready. Both answers mean I'm ready. There's a Clobberpuss in the chat right now. Exclamation point Pokecatch. You want to try to catch that? Who's going to catch the puss? Anybody? Daniel's going to catch it with the Great Ball. Crispy's using an Ultra Ball to catch that Clobberpuss. Talking about you? Oh, Iggy. You need a Master Ball for you. What are you talking about? I can't be using a Great Ball and an Ultra Ball. Daniel using the Puss Ball. Catch it. Get that shit. Pizza Burger. What's up, Pizza Burger? Welcome on into the stream. Did I spell this wrong again? Oh. Hang tight. I swear to God, if this is just what it's supposed to be. And I fixed it already. Yep. I'm an idiot. Cool. All right. Both Crispy and Cujo caught the puss. Let's go. Congratulations, boys. Looks like the Mystic Sparkle battle just ended, which is good news for us. And where is that adapter? I need this. I'm going to disconnect this, and this, and that. And one of these. Is it currently Overlord Raiku's turn with the goons? What is... What? when did that become a command? I didn't know we had that as an option in this chat. Oh my goodness. That's too fucking funny. Oh my lord. Oh, we must be really quick because Jack was able to get his turn with the goon sock almost immediately. Daniel getting denied, looks like in the chat. No goon sock for Daniel at the moment. Daniel, relax. Chill. Daniel, chill. Allow, deafen. All right. Hope that's working. We're going to find out in just a second. Put that goon sock on your Jack and Jack your Ripper. I think we might officially be all set up. So good. Let's see. Let's check on the tournament and see if no, not that. This. Let's see if round 3 is ready just yet. Not quite. This is still not submitting in. Oh, didn't it say this was already done? I thought it said it was done. Didn't it say like 2-0 a minute ago? Or maybe we clicked on the wrong one? All right, it looks like that's the final battle. This is what we're waiting on right here, and it's another kind of close. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Maybe I spoke too hastily. Oh. Maybe I shouldn't do that at all. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Much better. Okay. We have 2 Shadow Blossoms pairing off against each other. 2 Jumpluffs, 2 Galarian Corsolas. Okay, so that's a 3 match already. And then here's where things start to change. Dunsparce, Kingdra, Shadow Tyranitar. I like that. Versus Shadow Piloswine, Azumarill, and Furret. So those are going to be your 3 major changes there. Got a dispute, and they're on game 2. Let's look over some teams. Yeah, we're just looking at this combination right here, seeing what it looks like. I would like to look at just some teams in general to see what's going on as a whole. Not that. Definitely not that. Tournaments. Okay. Here we go. Let's see some of these teams. Anything special? Anything really sticking out? Any spice picks? Shadow Scizor. I figure we might see a few Shadow Scizors again, but I'm looking to see exactly how many. Shadow Scizor really had a grip on the meta during the beginning half of the 2026 competitive season. So I want to see if Scizor is able to make a comeback here in this tournament. Here's another good pick. I like And Executor is already 2-0 back-to-back. So that speaks for itself a little bit. But I enjoy Shadow Quillfish. I think that's going to be one of my high picks for the day, if you will. I think that Shadow Quillfish is going to be a knockout choice. I think Ledian Gaming is always going to be a good time. We're seeing another Raikou on the team as well. Raikou is having some incredible success this go around, and I know Ovi is excited to see his boy shine. Let's see if there's anything extra interesting down here. Shadow Ampharos is going to be good. Here's something interesting. Shadow Suicune. That is not a Pokemon I thought I would see at all. But Shadow Suicune is looking pretty interesting. I hope we get to see that on stream. I want to see how Shadow Suicune performs under these conditions. Another Shadow Scizor as well. Let's see. Anything else kind of spicy? There's another Raikou. There's another Raikou. Like I said, Ledian Gaming. I'm a big Ledian Gaming guy. I think Ledian is such a good Pokemon, and I will stand by that. We've seen Charipori. Another Crobat. Superboy, following in the footsteps of Crispy, is also bringing that Crobat, and I hope we get to see Crispy's Crobat shine in so many amazing ways today. Let's see. Hold on. Stand by. I'm getting messages from one of the competitors. Okay, good. They should be looking fine. All right, moving on in through the rest of this. We have a regular Quillfish as well. I don't think regular Quillfish is going to be as strong as Shadow Quillfish. Shadow Quillfish, or Quillfish in general, is already pretty much glass. You might as well invest in the larger attack, which is what you see right here with Dink with the Shadow Quillfish. I'm excited to see Shadow Quillfish make some splashes. Let's see. Moving on. Okay, here's something interesting. Crispy didn't bring regular Crobat, brought Shadow Crobat. Now, that's a Pokemon I don't think I've ever seen used anywhere before. Shadow Crobat is new to me, and that's one I really am excited to see on the screen. If the play can go well, I need Crispy to lock the fuck in and stop losing so I can see this Shadow Crobat. Anything else really kind of sticking out? Gligar, Shadow Gligar. That's the first time we've seen Gligar today. Let's see. Anything else? Anything else really like, wow. Here's another Shadow Quillfish. I really like Shadow Quillfish. Our first Girafarig. Surprised we haven't seen more of those, honestly. A second Shadow Suicune. If you told me we were going to see 2 Shadow Legendaries, I would not have guessed Suicune. That would not have been my first guess at all. Shadow Meganium. Okay, I like that. And Shadow Ledian. And, yeah. Oh, unfortunately removed, but there was one Murkrow for just a moment. I miss when Murkrow was really great. Murkrow used to be phenomenal. Yeah, tell him, Pizza Burger. Crispy, what the fuck? Killy Boy, welcome on into the chat. We love Ledian Gaming. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Oh, Daniel, does Katie like Suicune? I didn't know that. I had no idea. Let's see if this is anything up to date just yet. If this battle is through. No, they're still battling it out. Still, there's one battle left to go. I wonder how it's going. I hope it's going well. I hope everyone's having a fun time. But yeah, we have some good battles. Let's see. What's up? Reference to Ledian. Yeah, listen, Ledian's great. Ledian's a great Pokemon. As do I. I also have the rank 1. I'd pull it up for you if I could. But rank 1 with Buddy Boost. So like the true rank 1. The absolute best any Ledian could ever be when the level cap is 50 plus the 51 buddy boost. And I love that guy. I love that Ledian. I want to see more Ledian gaming today. I want to see more Shadow Quillfish. What else do I want to see? I want to see that Shadow Crobat. I want to see what these Shadow Suicune are all about. We did see Charming Pori's Ariados for just a brief moment. I want to see that Shadow Tyranitar. I want to see how that's playing against this meta right now. What's I really looking forward to seeing? Where is... Wait a second. Stand by for a second. Had to send that through. We want to. That's right, Killy Boy. We want to see more Ledian. Did we have a Ledian emote? I think we did at one point. Not. Oh, it's in the Discord. If you're in the Discord, which I know you are, you all are, because you have to be in order to be in this tournament. We do have a Ledian emote in the Discord. There it is. Killy Boy found that emote. In the meantime, we'll just send a few of these because I can't get out of this screen. It's a great Pokemon. Don't let anybody fool you. It is a great Pokemon. Let's minimize this. Let's keep these over here. We have that and this and one of these. There we go. Boom, bam, bop. Bada bop, boop, beep, bop. Just like that. Great. Have that all set up, ready to go. All right. A man tyke in the chat. Oh, you know what? I'll go for it too. Little baby Mantine. See if we can get it. Does the winner get a pack of crayons to eat? Actually, you're supposed to stick them up your nose. Blue over 310. BL, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. I hope you have an even better day. I hope whatever day I have, you have 3 times as good of a day. And I Sari, we're doing 69. Nice. Welcome on in. I Sari. Let's check back in on our Zygarden and see if it's up to date just yet. Wait on that one battle. There was a dispute, and they're still battling it out. This is going to be a good match. It has to be, right? This has to be going really strong. I'm excited to see how it plays out. I'm going to keep that there for now. Go back on over here. Yeah, so guys, in the chat, do me a favor. I want you to tell me what Pokemon you're most looking forward to seeing compete in this Johto Cup remix. I've already expressed my 2 favorites, Ledian and Shadow Quillfish. Those 2 I really want to see on the screen. But what do you want to see? What kind of Pokemon do you think would make a really good entrance into the Johto Cup? Even if you're competing, what do you think is going to be a challenging Pokemon? Shadow Crobat? Yes, I want to see that Shadow Crobat as well. Jack, I Suri just give the Tier 1 sub to Overlord Raikou. Oh my goodness. I Suri, thank you a million times over. Thank you for doing that. That is so amazing. That is so amazing. Thank you for doing that. Gifting it out to our lovely judge. For you guys that don't know this, it takes a lot of people to put these tournaments together, right? This isn't just something that I'm sitting down and doing. We have people in the background who are judging, who are making sure that the right people are in the right spots, that are helping with disputes, that are making sure that the tournament moves along and the bracket gets updated and all those good things. And there are a lot of people that wanted to compete in this. Crispy wanted to bring his Crobat. Ovi wanted to bring his Raikou. Everyone wanted to compete, right? And fortunately, we couldn't all do it. So the fact that Isari gifted that sub to Ovala Raikou, who was the one who decided, I'm not going to compete. I'm not going to bring my Raikou as Ovala Raikou. And I'm going to do judging instead. I think that that's an amazing thing to gift out to an amazing person. So, yeah, you guys are great. I'm so grateful for you guys. I'm so grateful for Isari for gifting that sub to Ovala Raikou. Thank you to everyone that made this special. This is such a great time. That's right. We're suited up. We're ready. I'm looking good. Y'all know it too. Hold on. Give you a little bit. Give you a little bit more. There we go. We're looking good today. We're looking damn good today. Ain't that right? Much better. How's it going so far? Anything spicy? I haven't seen anything spicy on screen. We have had some spicy choices. We've had that are currently registered. So ones like Shadow Quillfish and Shadow Crobat. Those aren't really spicy, but some Pokemon that I want to see on the screen. I was talking about Ledian. I love Ledian gaming. Krusty Krab, unfortunately, the only person that brought Murkrow looks like they dropped out, so there is no Murkrow. That's yes. Thank you, Daniel. A spicy pick indeed is Shadow Suicune. Does Crispy have the spicy Crobat? Crispy does have the spicy Crobat. Crispy brought a Shadow Crobat, and I would love to see it on screen in some form of capacity. I hope that it's doing well. I'm giving the Shadow Crobat kisses on the forehead as we speak. But yeah, it's a good time. It is a really good time. Oh my gosh. I got a yawn stuck like in my eye. I don't know how to describe that. It got like right back here, and it was painful. But we're good. Let's see. I wonder if that battle's done. I know we're good. We're good. We're good. We persevere. Someone get him some water. Cheers. Everybody drink some water. Cheers. Stay hydrated. Where's the lid? The lid, Patrick. The lid. The lid. There it is. You'll stick to your gin? Fuck yeah, it's a Saturday. Why not? Shiny Shuckle, I don't know how to describe it. I yawned and then like there was a contraction behind my eyeballs. So yeah, but also welcome to the stream. Welcome on in. I think that final battle was in fact submitted. I think that we might be looking at round 3 here any second now. We got some good battles. We are. Round 3 is officially live, folks. So if you're battling, go ahead and find your competitor. But we have some good battles on screen. Let's see. Charming Pori and Simon, who we saw on stream already, are now up against each other. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I wonder who it is we're going to see. Crispy versus Spacebar. We've already seen Spacebar as well. Crispy looking to make a comeback here in rounds 3, 4, and 5 to bring that Shadow Crobat to the forefront. Superboy getting a bye. Look at Superboy go. Shout out Superboy getting that bye. I don't know who bye is, but they suck. They've already lost this match. Looking to see who comes on into our chat and who we're going to get to see on screen battling it out. Are you doing all the hosting or do you support with matchups? I'm doing all the hosting and I do what I can, but it's a lot to do both. So we have an incredible team of admins and mods who've been helping out. Ola Raikou and Mystic Sparkle are our help for today with judging and stream queue and all the other things in the background. So please make sure to give them a thank you. Mystic Sparkle is double dipping, doing both, able to battle and help. Crispy as well, battling and helping. Ola Raikou deciding to not battle and just do completely just judging today. So W judges for sure. Shout out to Crispy. Shout out to Ovi. Shout out to Mystic Sparkle. Without them, I would just be an idiot talking into a camera, which if you want to see that, join us Monday through Friday. I do that quite often. But without them, there wouldn't be this amazing tournament going right now. I'm so grateful for our entire team. Here we go. We got some people coming on in. And I'll cue that up in just a moment, folks. Let's get on over to our battle screen. And trainer on the left. Transformation. Oh. Sorry, guys, just queuing this up. Give me 1 second. Not that one. Not that one. Or that one. Transformation, edit, transformation. Okay. I don't know what happened to our graphics, but give me 1 second. Don't let our trainers trainer it out just yet. Okay. What in the world? Sorry, I don't know what. Look at this. What is going on here? It never ends. That's the middle? Oh my goodness. Why is it so zoomed in? Like that. That's what we wanted. Okay. As it was, so it can be, therefore it is. Beautiful. Don't know why that was so hard. or what happened to our graphic there at all, but it's Superboy versus Superboy, apparently. What we have for real, though, is a great battle. We have the C10 versus versus this just isn't working. Versus Ozito. There we go. Finally. Jeez. Don't know why that glitched out on us, but we have our games working. Ozito is picking his team still. Should keep that off for just a second. We have the C10 versus Ozito. We finally get to see that Shadow Quillfish up on a trainer's screen. Will we see it on the actual battle, though? I'm looking forward to seeing where these trainers choose to take it. This is very interesting. There's only one overlapping Pokemon from either of these teams. When you're picking from a list of only 97 options, of which not all of them reach the 1500 cap, you're going to see a lot of overlap in a small meta like this, in a small selection pool like this. So to see only one Pokemon to be the same on both teams is pretty crazy, if you ask me. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how two completely different teams really pair off against each other, what these trainers are going to use. It's going to be a good time. I'm excited. I think Ozito is just finishing out. There we go. Ozito has their Pokemon. I think we have some different devices being used right now, so it's a little bit different in sizing, but we do have two clear pictures, and we have our two Fairy Wind users versing off against each other. It is Togetic versus Shadow Jumpluff. Now, we do see Shadow Jumpluff in the back for the C10 and their Quagsire as well, a shiny Quagsire. This is really good for Ozito's Kingdra. Ozito doesn't want to have that Kingdra in front of the Togetic, and Ozito knows that, looking to make sure that they block against these attacks. Says, I need to take down this Togetic to keep it away from my Shadow Kingdra. I think the C10 might also realize that gameplay there. Went ahead and blocked the Aeroblast. Let's see. In comes the Energy Ball bait. The C10 calls the bait, takes the Energy Ball, and is now at a energy advantage. Ozito deciding if they want to block this Dazzling Gleam, chooses to take it. It does some heavy damage, but even in the Shadow form, Jumpluff is still a very bulky Pokemon, is able to catch. The C10 is able to catch on their Shadow Jumpluff, but they're not going to want to do this because in comes an Aeroblast, which is super effective, and they're going to take down almost all of the C10's Jumpluff. Ozito, throwing that Aeroblast into the Jumpluff, makes an incredible gain of momentum. Boom, indeed, and is then able to catch this Energy Ball on their own Dunsparce, preserving their Kingdra, knowing that Togetic is still in the back. Out comes that shiny Quagsire, making its debut on this screen, letting Ozito know the full line, while the C10 still doesn't know what Pokemon Aeroblast. I'm so sorry. Acrobatics. I saw too many Lugias in the chat today. Thank you for catching that. But yes, the C10 still doesn't know what Pokemon Ozito has in the back, what could be their third Mon, and I'm sure Ozito's going to do everything in his power to make sure that it isn't revealed, that he's able to keep that a secret to avoid exposing too much strategy. Goes and blocks this Aqua Tail, this not very effective Aqua Tail, because there was CMP there, knowing that they would get the other shield out of the C10. So in comes the Energy Ball. There goes up the shield. Is a no shields game. The C10 throwing the Aqua Tail, having to use everything they have to take down this Jumpluff, is able to do so. Will we see the Kingdra come back in? No. We do not see Kingdra come back in, and this actually opens up the door for the C10 because that Dazzling Gleam is going to be deadly if it makes contact with this Kingdra. Is Ozito able to get to a Swift in time? I don't think so. I think a Dazzling Gleam is going to come through first. It is coming through first. Will this be enough to knock out the Shadow Kingdra? Shadow Kingdra is not going to be strong enough to hold on. It is going to go down. Down goes Shadow Kingdra. Down goes Ozito, and the C10 takes the first battle. The C10 turning that around after a devastating acrobatics taken onto their Shadow Jumpluff, which effectively knocked out the Pokemon entirely. That took a lot of very precise gaming, and yes, the right alignment in the back in order to win that. The C10 is up 1-0 against Ozito, but it is not over just yet because our trainers had to do best 2 out of 3. Ozito already locked in, said, I'm ready. I'm excited. Let's do this. No messing around here. Already has their team picked out. Come on now. As I adjust to fix to Ozito's different phone. Perfect. Once the trainers are locked in, we can resize. But Ozito's locked in. The C10 making sure they have their team correct. They want to make sure they go for the 2-0 win. Both trainers are locked in. And let's see what we have. It is the Shadow Quillfish making its debut versus Furret. Now, Shadow Quillfish is glassy as all can be, but it is spammy too. It gets those Aqua Tails in a pacing of 4, and those will do heavy damage against any Pokemon. Ozito taking that first Aqua Tail onto the Furret. Furret is not going to be able to survive 2, but Quillfish won't be able to survive 1. The C10 needs to block this if they want to preserve this Pokemon at all. Quillfish now has to command all the shields if they want to stay around, is able to heavily outpace as well, beating out Furret. Now, does Ozito want to force another shield out of the C10? Ozito does. Ozito puts up a shield on their Furret, is able to farm just a little bit more, but the catch goes for the catch onto their Jumpluff, is able to... Ozito's able to continue to farm, but still goes for the Brick Break before swapping on out. Wants to get that debuff before getting on out of there, knowing that this Shadow Jumpluff, even though it is a Shadow Pokemon, is still very bulky. Ozito brought both of his rollout users, the Dunsparce and the Miltank, in the back. Looking to bring out the Dunsparce here. And Dunsparce running double nuke, Ice Beam, and Thunderbolt. Now, that's an interesting pick, and let's see if it pays off. Will not having that body slam hurt Ozito here in the long run? The C10 choosing to put up the shield on their Jumpluff instead of saving it for that Shadow Quillfish, knowing that the second any move come in contact with that Shadow Quillfish, it will be going down. Ozito taking the Energy Ball onto Miltank. Miltank goes down. And out comes, oh my goodness, out comes Furret, tries to throw the Swift into the debuffed Jumpluff, but the C10 is able to catch it onto their Shadow Quillfish and sacrifices the remaining energy they have on that Shadow Quillfish, because now in comes the Piloswine, but Ozito swaps immediately on over to the Dunsparce, where Dunsparce does have this Rock Slide and the Drill Run. Went for the Rock Slide, Gonna see how that plays out for them because there are no shields for the C10. So 2 drill runs could have gone for it, perhaps going for the rock slides just in case there's a catch at one point. Because there is the potential chance that this the C10 will try to catch one of these moves onto their jump left. So if he goes for straight rock slides, he avoids any catch of a drill run, but drill run would have paced faster, giving the new pacing of drill run in season 27. So will being shy of that move make the difference? Is able to get the farm down with the 1 HP Furret onto the pile of swine, getting rid of the rest of that energy, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think that the C10 is going to get to that energy ball, and this will be enough to knock out the Dunsparce, meaning that the C10 will take the 2-0 victory in this matchup. GG's, trainers. GG's. Unfortunately, I'm not lying. Energy Ball did knock out. So that is going to do it for that battle. Great battles, though. They really came down to kind of those last energies, those last charge attacks were making the difference there, both for the C10 in that getting to that dazzling gleam on the Shadow Kingdra and then getting to that energy ball on the Dunsparce. I can't help but wonder if Ozito had thrown drill runs instead of rock slides and preserved a little bit of energy in that sense, if they could have had a chance to get to a rock slide before Jump Love had gotten to that final energy ball to knock out the game. I don't know, though, and we'll never know. But you know what? Those were great battles. We did finally see Shadow Quillfish come onto the screen, and it did not stay on the screen long. It acted more as a shield grabber and then a sacrifice. But you know what? When you have a glassy Pokemon like that, that is something you have to see sometimes and say, you know what? This is a Pokemon that did what it needed to do. It did its job. It got a shield. It can now be a sacrifice for another charge attack. We can move on and focus on the Pokemon that are going to win us this game. So I think it was a good play by the C10 to be able to get out, to be able to get that Quillfish to do the full job a Quillfish is meant to do. In the meantime, let's see if there's any update on Zygarde and if anyone else has already finished their battles or any of the 2-0s up on the screen. Eevee's just on a roll. Undefeated so far, took down Mystic Sparkle, the winner of our tournament from last time, from the Kanto tournament. Any other? Spooky Mafia taking the 2-0. Only GBL taking the 2-0. Spacebar taking the 2-0. And of course, Superboy taking the 2-0 against this BYE person. Those are so quick. I almost want to wish we had another battle queued up, but unfortunately, we're unable to, so we're going to have to wait for these to get through. I wish Greg... I mean, Crispy, for you, I'm whatever you want to be. Oh, my goodness. Anyone else tired? Anyone else get 4 hours last night? No? Just me? All right. Figured it might be. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, man. All right. Well, since we have a bit of a pause right now, me kind of stayed up late playing Pal World. I heard they just got a new update on Pal World. Hope it's going well. Been up for 11 hours at this point. Oh my goodness, you're crazy. You're out of your mind. I'm going to take a bathroom break since we have a few minutes. So I'll leave you all with Zygarde, and I'm going to use the restroom. Chat. Chat, we need to have a discussion. Chat, we need to have a conversation right now. Give me this. Put me on. Put me on. Cue me up. Cue me up. Chat, we need to talk right now. We need to talk about how amazing Go League Mama is. I don't have any access to my sink really to wash dishes or to the dishwasher or any dishes here to wash, even if I did have access to those things. I don't have any, I don't have much of anything, right? I'm still getting everything set up. And so it's a whole big mess of boxes and just shit in the way. And then I remembered just now as I returned from the bathroom that Go League Mom the other day, she dropped off paper plates and bowls, paper cutlery, and oatmeal because attached to my sink is an instant hot, which means that it is always boiling water. So you have it unpacked. It's a whole house, and there's a lot of construction still needs to be done. The only thing I've been able to do is really put my bed into my room so I can sleep somewhere with air conditioning. And there's construction, like rooms, some rooms still need carpet, all the rooms, the base molding still needs to go up. All the rooms need the second coat of painting, right? I don't know if you can tell in the background, this is just the first coat. That still needs a second coat. It's been a lot. It's been so much. But I have an Insta Hot. One of the faucets on my sink is always boiling. It has its own separate water heater and 100% of the time has boiling water ready to go. So I was able to use that and make some instant oatmeal. Shout out to Go League Mom. You would never guess it needs a second coat. Oh, well, thank you. You can tell from in here. You can tell from this angle. I think the camera might be a little bit nicer, but we have oatmeal. This is the first time I'm eating today. It tastes like victory. All right. Let's see if well, thank you. Let's see if there's any update over here. Oh, there's a lot of updates. I know Charming and Simon had a dispute, so their battle's probably going a little bit longer. But yeah, that's going to be it. We've seen both these trainers on screen already. We're now seeing them in round 3 up against each other. So I'm wondering if they learned from each other's matches, if they were able to take any of that strategy with them, and if they are now using that to their advantage here. That's a battle I wouldn't mind peeping on in if we had access to it. But yeah, once that's ready to go, we're moving on. Let's see. Anything else really sticking out to us? Those Shadow Suicune. Who had the Shadow Suicunes? Show them to me. Where are they? Shadow Suicune, Shadow Suicune, Shadow Suicune. I want to see Shadow Suicune. It's in there somewhere. Did I pass it already? I thought there was already one up there. Here's one. Here's the first one, and there was a second one. P2, and then down here. Oh, they were removed. Maybe they dropped. Oh, it's a shame. I wanted to see it. P2. How's P2 doing, at least? 2-0, okay. And then 0-2, and then 0-2 again. And then who was the other person that had one? Real Dojemon, who 0-2'd and then 2-0'd. And then 0-2'd and I think dropped after that. Perfect. I agree, Ovi. Let's see if this is up to date, if we have any update on that match just yet. Looks like they're still battling it out. Like I said, we did have a dispute. There was a little bit of lag, so they did have to redo one of their sets. As I eat my oatmeal. Suntai looking dapper. Julian, thank you so much. Thanks for being a first-time chatter and a new follower. Oh my goodness, all the things. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tell Zito to go to bed. Okay, hold on. Oh, Zito, if you can hear me, get in my bed. Wait. That's not. Hold on. I said that wrong. Can I try again? I'm gonna try again. Oh, Zito, if you're out there, you can hear me. I want you in my bed. I'm trying. Peeping on my neighbors. Every time I go to say it, the truth, my heart, it screams what it really wants. Crispy, you don't need to change your name to be exactly where you want to be. I have a whole house here. Crispy, come make it a home. I have a house, but I need you to make it a home. WishFact02, thanks for being a new follower. I think we had some new followers earlier as well. We were doing too much. Alt Detroit, thank you for being a new follower. Spooky Mafia, thanks for being a new follower. And then that my dyslexia hates every bit of that. All of your S's keep turning to A's, and it ends in KJ. A la KJ. Maddie say ala KJ. Well, that's my best shot at it. Thanks for being the newest follower, all of you. Seriously, thank you all so much for being new followers of the stream. Welcome on in. Oatmeal Gaming. Oatmeal Gaming and Ledian Gaming. The C10 OP, I mean, they did 2-0 on stream just a moment ago. So it's hard to argue with that. I get blue screens to help if I haven't already, like filters for the screen. How does that fix my brain jumbling up the letters? By the way, none of you, not one of you, noticed the fact that I got a haircut for this event. So, I'll let my barber know that you hate him and you don't value me. Just, I'll let him know. I'll pass the message along. Executor, you're locked in for sure. We've seen you a bunch doing really well. Thanks for being a first time chatter. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Orange Zygarde. If we click on you, does it show us your matchups? Nope. Let's see. Where were you? Right here. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, undefeated. You've battled 6 times and you've won 6 times. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Executor, listen. Executor is taking names. All right, I'm going to look into that. I will look into the blue screen thing. Thank you for that tip. I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you for giving me your tip. I value it. It is important to me. And I'm hopeful that it will continue to make my life bright. In case you didn't know what your tip meant to me. It's a good tip. Oh, sure is. Also, typing like this apparently helps. I mean, I read that really fast, so yeah. Over on Zygarde, we are finishing up with round 3. You should see round 4 updated any minute now. Just waiting on this last battle. Like I said, there was a dispute. But as soon as that is done, we can move on to round 4. Now, Executor is undefeated here. And I see 2 Pokemon that I really think are making a good splash right now on this team, which makes sense. We're seeing the Shadow Quillfish, one of my top picks for the day. We are seeing the Raikou. Raikou is actually really good into the Johto Cup meta. Obviously, you have some bulky mons like Jumpluff and Miltank. You've got a classic Furret. And you went with the non-Shadow Kingdra, which gives you a little more bulk, but a little less bite. And it can determine, depending on how you play, having the bulk is better or having the bite is better. So it must be working out for Executor the way that they like their Kingdras, because they are, like I said, 6-0 right now. Oh, Zito! Come look me in these eyes. passionately, lovingly. Executor, could that one day be today, though? Could today be your one day? Is it possible? Can you stay locked in? I think you could do it. I think it's anyone's game still. Anyone that isn't 0-3 right now, it's still their game, in my opinion. Ooh. What's really a shame is I had like cutaways and graphics and gags all like ready to be built out. And I made like rough copies on my laptop, but then I worked, and I'm not even exaggerating, 65 hours this week. And also had to completely set up this whole thing with the desk and the computer and the Wi-Fi. So yeah, didn't get time to get those graphics made. So it is a little bit of a lull in between battles. But for the August tournament, if my admins continue to let me cast, which I'm going to put a bid in to try to be your caster for the August, we will at least have graphics for that. I will at least have enough time between now and then to do that. So, and that's coming up soon because we're going to do it obviously with enough time leading into the World Championships. Oh, that's going to be so much fun. Oh, that's going to be so much fun. Worlds. And we also want to make sure that our tournament doesn't overlap with any other major servers tournaments, because we know that a lot of other people are going to do it as well. If you're working that much, Krusty Krab, I agree. Come save me, please. Will you be my sugar person? I got yelled at once about using the wrong terms, and so I'm very conscious of that now when I stream. My sugar parent? Krusty Krab, come be my sugar guardian, please. And sign my permission slip in life. Round 4. Wow, round 4 is officially up. If you are playing, round 4 is up. It is ready. It is live. And we got some good matches. Let's see. Anything crazy? And they're like, whoa, I can't believe those two people are playing. Not that I could see. Nothing that's like, I cannot. Oh, there it is. There's a battle. If Ozito wasn't just on screen, I would even argue that we put this one on screen. But Crispy versus Ozito is a battle that I would love to see. I would love to see. Perhaps if we do a fast round, a fast first set, kind of like we did in the last one. If we have a second streamed match for round 4, it can be the Crispy versus Ozito one. Just there's a little space in between Ozito on screen and someone else. But man, that's a battle I want to see for sure. I'm going to let my amazing admins and judges decide, though, which of these battles are going to be on the screen. Say less, Krusty Krab. I'll do whatever you want. All right? I will say less. I will say more. I'll do backflips if you're my sugar guardian. Sugar daddy? That works for me. Someone, anybody, please. Sugar daddy, sugar mommy. Lend me some sugar. I am your neighbor. Alex Brownie, what's going on? Welcome on into the stream. Shake it. I shake it. Yeah. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. There isn't a sugar emote. I think this can suffice. It's me winking. I think we have our matchup ready to go. So let's get this over here. Trainer on the left. It's going to be, if I can spell, which I can. Executor. And let me queue up the next one. Where's that window? The undefeated trainer themselves, Executor. Sorry, guys. Be with my admins real quick. Oh, there's a sugar emote. Cool. All right. So it is Executor 8787 versus KWA Legend Push. Now, Executor is completely undefeated this entire this entire tournament. And so no, I'm sorry. KWA Legend Push only has one loss. So Executor is 6-0. KWA is 6-1. This is about to be an incredible matchup. Two trainers who are clearly extremely locked in to this game. They have found their niche with the Johto Cup, and they are ready to duke it out. Who's going to take the victory? I cannot wait. Let's talk teams real quick. On the left, in Executor's team, we do have the regular Kingdra, the non-shadow version. We have that shadow Quillfish, which I've been talking about all day long. We have Furret, we have Jumpluff, a non-shadow Jumpluff to get that extra bit of bulk. A Raikou, which Raikou is really good today. And to end it out, there's that rollout user that everyone seems to have at least one of. They are going with Miltank. Now, excuse me. Water break. We are good. On the side of KWA, we have Piloswine Furret, so it's a Furret overlap. Dunsparce as their rollout user. Shadow Scizor coming back into the fold. I was a big Shadow Scizor user back in around this time last year, maybe a little bit later actually. Around the, what was it, like September, October of 2025. I was a big Shadow Scizor user. I love me a good Scizor. It's something that I can always tune into. So that's a Pokemon that I'm excited to see if it is able to still really run in this meta now, given the fact that there's such a limited pool. Because it did get nerfed, which is why you don't see it as much. You then have Lantern. Lantern used to be a staple in the Go Battle League. And a very bulky choice in Mantine, which I also enjoy using every now and then. All right. KWA Legends already locked in, ready to go. How am I still hearing things? How does this happen? There we go. Done and done. We are good. We are ready. Executor is still choosing their team, making sure that they have everything they need, does not want to miss out on keeping their streak going. Executor looking for the 7-0 here, while KWA does not want to give it to them. Both trainers are locked in. We are ready for round number 1. It is Furret versus Piloswine. Let's see how this plays out. Now you can see in the back line, Executor did bring that Shadow Quillfish, which is going to command some shields. So they're going to need to make sure they use their shields properly here. We're probably going to see them take this Icicle Spear from Piloswine. And now on the side of KWA, here is that Scizor. Scizor able to catch the Swift from Executor's Furret is going to do very little damage, but Scizor is not a very strong Pokemon in returns to or regards to defense. So that resisted Swift is still going to do decent amount of damage. This is not going to get the knockout, but it is going to put them in farm down range if they cannot get out their attack first. Goes for the, I forget what move this is. X-Scissor? Goes for the X-Scissor, does knock out the Furret, and in comes in the Quillfish to get a 1 Poison Sting farm down of the Scizor. Now, KWA Legend has a choice. Do I go for my Furret or do I bring back out the Piloswine? Goes for the Furret, knowing that Quillfish with 2 shields is going to outpace the Piloswine, doesn't want to lose that energy, is going to have to start taking some of these very hard-hitting Aqua Tails from the Shadow Quillfish. Furret already down to less than half energy. Executor swaps on into their Kingdra to get this Swift off. Wants to align the energy up Quillfish with the Piloswine, or just reserve it with all the shields possible. Piloswine able to get this Icicle Spear. Will Executor cash in a shield to protect the Kingdra? Chooses not to. Is able to hold on just barely with 1 HP. This Kingdra is going to get the Surf out. This Surf is going to be taken by KWA Legends Piloswine, and it was undercharged pretty heavy, so it does not take the knockout. Instead, Executor looking to get extra energy on their Quillfish, gets a grand deal of it. Now here's where the struggle really comes in for these trainers, is that Executor knows they have to get out 3 of these Aqua Tails, but Quillfish is a glassy Pokemon. Is Quillfish able to hold on long enough to get out all 3 Aqua Tails, or will they get farmed down? We might see it right here, folks. Will this go through? Will they get that final Aqua Tail? I think Quillfish has it. I think Executor will hold on just barely, but no! Knocked out through, unable to get to that final Aqua Tail. They had the energy, but unable to get the move out. Executor takes their first loss of the tournament, and it is KWA Legend who takes the first win. Wow. Now both gentlemen have lost at least 1 battle, but I don't think Executor is going to take that lightly. I think Executor is going to come back and try to redeem their win, still be undefeated. Both trainers are undefeated in a match sense, in a round sense, but not in a match sense. So they're fighting to see who will be undefeated in all 4 rounds. I honestly thought that Quillfish had just barely 1 HP to get out that final Aqua Tail, because they had the Aqua Tail. But it went down instead. Quillfish is a powerful Pokemon, but it is a glassy one for sure. And KWA Legend knew that, was able to see through the Quillfish battling. We have 1 trainer locked in, ready to go. Executor needs this win if they want to remain undefeated, if they want a chance at remaining undefeated. Here we go. We have our second trainer who is looking like they're just about locked in. Going over the team one more time just to be sure. I don't think that first Pokemon's eligible. They misclicked into their they misclicked into their regular Pokemon party. So they're rethinking their strategy entirely. They thought about it, almost locked in, but then said, you know what? Actually, let me change this real quick. Let me think about this for just a second. Right about there should be good. All right. They said, this is it. This is the one. I'm ready. I'm locked in. Two trainers are locked in. KWA going for the win while Executor trying to stay alive. It's Shadow Quillfish versus Mantine in the lead matchup. I would say in this sense that Shadow Quillfish is actually at a bit of a disadvantage because Shadow Quillfish paces to those Aqua Tails very quickly, but the Shadow Ball not so much. And this Twister is going to do some heavy damage into their Quillfish. Now, Mantine is more of a bulk Pokemon than a attacking Pokemon. So Quillfish is able to take that, but will Quillfish be able to get to a second Shadow Ball, or will Mantine be able to farm down? Almost gets a catch there. KWA Legend trying to get the catch on their Furret of that Shadow Ball, but Executor was able to get to their Aqua Tail and pivot just in time and swaps out, keeps the Quillfish potentially for a catch later on. We now see Kingdra versus Furret. I almost said Sentret. This guy's evolved. It's Kingdra versus Furret. And Kingdra is going to be a non-shadow form, so it can take that Swift pretty comfortably and get to a second one, but instead opts in for the Surf, which is more energy than the Swift by a long shot, but would have gotten the knockout either way. So Executor wasting a little bit of energy there, unsure what they're going for as to why they went for the Surf, but we'll see if that is a energy waste that costs Executor anything major in this game. We now see Mantine taking that Swift before being swapped on in for Scizor. Now we have Furret against Scizor yet again. We saw this previously, but the Furret was up a lot more energy when we saw this a moment ago. So will that make a big difference here? Executor thinking about if they want to take this first Night Slash. They do take the first Night Slash. Scizor gets the Night Slash boost. Now remember, it is not a +2 on Night Slash anymore. It's only +1, but that still makes this Shadow Scizor extremely deadly and could change this game entirely for both of these trainers. Executor, knowing that they cannot waste all this energy, has to use the shield here against this Scizor, hopes that this Swift will knock it. No, goes for the farm down instead, saves both of their charge attacks, and is able to swap out, tries to catch something from Mantine, is unable to. Executor needs both Swifts, needs 3 Swifts to knock out, Body Slams to knock out, and that Swift from the Executor, or from the Kingdra, is unable to get that attack out, though. The farm down does go through from KWA into the Kingdra. Furret getting out this second Body Slam, but the shield still exists. Executor would need one more Swift to make it happen, or an Aqua Tail here, is able to get neither. And KWA Legend takes down the undefeated player and gives them their first 2 losses to win the battle, to win their match outright, and goes on to be undefeated in the tournament. Great battles. Great battles from both trainers. I got to tell you, that was messing me up just a little bit. I said Executor too many times to the point where I started calling the Pokemon on screen Executor, and I started calling the trainer by their Pokemon name, and it was throwing me in a loop. But great battle nonetheless. We do see KWA Legend move on to be undefeated 4 rounds in a row. See my admins real quick. Give me 1 second. Yes, that's what I thought they were going to do. I had a hunch. I had a feeling that I knew my team a little too well. Trainers, you're going to see 2 matches here in round number 4. 2 incredible players. You might know them. You might not. If you don't know them, you're probably not here that often. or you weren't watching in round 3 because Ozito returns to the screen up against one of the admins to the Go Lounge, Crispy, and we get to finally see that screw it out. We get to finally see that. Where'd it go? Oh, video. Nope, wrong one. We get to finally see that Shadow Crobat and if it will make its way onto the screen. There we go. Fixed it. Is Goon worthy? It's the same one. It's my regular one. My PvP, it's my profile picture everywhere now. Are you both 0-3 right now? Hold on. Let me check the let's check the stats. Go to the stats. Give me the stats. Crispy. Yeah. And then Ozito. All right. We have 203 streamers on the screen right now. No poke check? Oh, we're checking. I'm like Santa Claus in here. I'll check it twice. I'll do it. You can't stop me. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, two of the most attractive trainers in all of Pokemon Go are currently battling on screen. You can't see them. They're not going to be on camera, but just even looking at their avatars, the desk rose up a little bit. I don't know if you saw that, but the screen kind of lifted a little bit. That's how amazing these two trainers are. So get ready for the goon of a lifetime. Jack got the sock ready. You're sweating? I'm sweating as well, but only from one specific particular area. I'm excited to see it. Let's talk about these teams real quick. Let's talk some real battling before we get on into the actual battle. So we have on the side of Crispy, we have Furret, that Shadow Crobat, which everyone's looking to see. I know it's my first time ever seeing a Shadow Crobat, so I'm excited to see what a Shadow Crobat can really do. We have Lugia, our first time seeing Lugia on the screen. We have Blossom as well, which I believe that will be our first time seeing Blossom live on this stream. Shadow Ampharos and Raikou, the double electric in the back, could be an interesting strategy. For Ozito, we've already seen this team. We'll go over one more time. We have the Shadow Kingdra, the Furret, the Shadow Jumpluff, the Dunsparce, the Shadow Feraligatr, and the Miltank, which we know, by the way, that Miltank is running double nuke. Ice Beam, Thunderbolt. No Body Slam Insight. No Stab Body Slam for this Miltank. This mill is all mill and none of the tank. All right. We have one trainer who is locked in and ready. We're waiting on one more. Can we see an incredible battle? The answer is obviously yes. Here we go. Both trainers are locked in. We have Feraligatr versus Raikou. Immediately, Ozito has to swap into their Miltank, knows that Raikou would run through that Feraligatr, but even still, Raikou is going to have this super effective Aura Sphere, which is going to do heavy damage onto the Miltank if Ozito chooses to take it, and Ozito does. Takes the Aura Sphere onto Miltank, chooses not to shield, even though Miltank is bulky. That super effective Aura Sphere did about 75% damage. Crispy, using the first shield on the Raikou, wants to make sure that they save this legendary Pokemon and get out another Aura Sphere, potentially a third one, if Ozito throws up the shield. But no, Ozito in the last second does choose to shield and is trying to get to that charge attack. Instead, it is caught on Lugia. The Ice Beam is going to still be super effective. It doesn't matter what move that the Miltank use. Both are going to be super effective. One would have hit it just a little bit harder than the other. Here we go. A swap on him into Furret, but this still leaves that Raikou lined up and looking to find that Feraligatr. Ozito, trying to get a lot of energy through on this Furret, is thinking about if they want to shield, chooses not to, takes an Arrow Blast, which knocks out the Furret entirely. Heavy damage from the Lugia onto the Furret, which leaves nothing but Feraligatr and a dream for Ozito. Ozito thought he was calling a bait, did not get baited, instead got arrow blasted into zero territory. Now deciding, do I take this attack or not? Again, choosing not to use the shield is going to take that Aura Sphere onto their Feraligatr. Ozito now going for the crunch, looking to get either the knockout or at least a debuff. Crispy chooses not to block here, knowing that in the back line, there is his signature Pokemon, his ace in the hole. It is the Shadow Crobat hitting the screen for the very first time, but with a shield in Crispy's pocket, this is not a concern for him. He's able to comfortably shield this attack coming in from the Feraligatr, farm down the Feraligatr, and farm down the rest of this Miltank without any worry. Shadow Crobat, Crispy's signature Pokemon, finishes out the battle, and Crispy takes a round 1 win. All right, we saw some interesting plays so far already in this first battle. Crobat didn't really even get a chance to shine, just got to be the figure at the end to clean everything up. But where we did really get to see shine there is the Lugia. We saw double legendary Shadow Crobat coming in from the Crispy side, and those two legendaries put in heavy amounts of work. One Arrow Blast was able to take down Ozito's Furret. That pacing on the Raikou to those Aura Spheres really did a lot of damage to the Miltank and really put them at disadvantage. We already have round 2 going. Here it is. It's another Raikou lead, but this time Ozito has switched to their Dunsparce, and now we have 2 Pokemon who both have super effective attacks against each other. How is that going to play out, though? We see them both going for a bit of a farm up. Raikou does outpace the Dunsparce pretty heavily. Those Aura Spheres are going to start stacking up, and Ozito knows it. Does take the first one and is able to get to that second drill run. Now, Ozito's not that far behind. It's not that Raikou is going to heavily outpace. That's going to outpace, and the damage is going to be heavy. So we see Crispy immediately getting out that next Aura Sphere, does not want to have to shield a second drill run, but Ozito investing in the Dunsparce saying, no, I want you to have to use that shield, or I want to get your Raikou instead. Crispy catches the drill run onto his Shadow Crobat. That is a not very effective. That is a -2 in effectiveness attack, and it still did okay damage to the Shadow Crobat. Shadow Crobat showing that it is a lot glassier with this Shadow aspect, but the damage is paying off because look how far down Crispy is able to get this Kingdra with just fast attacks. We have not seen a single charge attack from Crobat yet, and it still remains the case. Crispy ran the same team as he did the first round. If it worked the first time, it's going to work the second time, and that's it. Crispy's motto, at least, is going for the Lugia farm down. He's going to take this first Swift from the Kingdra, but it's not going to do a terrible amount of damage. There is so much going on in favor of Crispy with this Lugia. Knows that they should be able to get a farm down if they shield here, and has all this extra energy against the Dunsparce to throw. Will Ozito try to preserve the Dunsparce and get out one more charge attack? Does. The very last second uses the shield, knowing that they can get the rest of this Lugia out of here. But here's the problem, is that Raikou is still in the back, and Raikou is still able to get to that Aura Sphere before Dunsparce can get to the drill run. Plus, it does outpace. So Crispy has to invest all of its energy, all of the right timing, the exact moments into this Raikou, because Ozito still has a full health Furret and a Kingdra that could potentially catch one of these moves, which would end the game for Crispy entirely. Ozito thinking very hard, using up the switch timer, trying to make sure that nothing is wasted. Both trainers thinking about the catch, looking for the catch. Neither go for the catch. Crispy throws the attack. Will this be enough to knock out Furret? It is not. Furret holds on. And Ozito threw one more just to fuck with us a little bit before throwing this final brick break instead of a Swift, a disrespectful brick break instead of the stab Swift to knock out the Raikou. Had me absolutely sweating. I once saw a trainer in Houston throw one too many sucker punches with their Furret and lost an entire on-stream game because of it. I had a little bit of flashbacks there to that moment when Ozito threw that extra sucker punch. But it was all right. He still threw the move and was still able to knock out the Raikou and win the match. We are now at 1 apiece per trainer going into a decisive game 3. Both trainers want to see their first win in this tournament, and both trainers are making sure they fight to the very last bit of energy. Ozito makes 6 more kids just for that. You deserve it. Absolutely. Make it 7. I'll throw one in there for you. Anyway, yeah, some idiot in Houston totally fumbled an entire set by overfarming with their Furret. Anyway, we are into our round 3, decisive game 3. It is 2 normal types up against each other, Furret versus Dunsparce. Now, Dunsparce is a much more bulkier Pokemon, but obviously in contrast to that, Furret is a heavier hitter than Dunsparce, but neither of them are lacking in either department. Furret is going to have the advantage because of that super effective brick break, which then also drops down the defense of this Dunsparce, meaning that where Dunsparce shines over Furret is now going to be taken away from them. So Dunsparce, looking to get that second drill run out, really wants to say, listen, I know I'm now at a disadvantage. I got to get what I can out. Ozito throws the drill run with their Dunsparce. It is not going to be enough to take out the Dunsparce, to the Furret entirely. So instead, Dunsparce is going to go down to this attack, this Swift from Furret. No, it lived on 1 HP. Maybe it was a bit of an undercharge and I missed it, but Ozito's Dunsparce lived on 1 HP, which may potentially end in a catching opportunity. Crispy, before their Furret goes down, which did live on 1 HP, threw a brick break out, super effective into Ozito's Furret, and drops the defense as well. Ozito, locked into this Pokemon, can't go anywhere because that switch timer, is now at a -1 in defense up against this Blossom. Blossom is going to easily take this brick break and still keep going, even though the defense is down. I think Crispy might be going for a little bit of a farm up, yes, and then going for this grass attack, which grass attack is this? There's so many grass attacks. It's Leaf Blade, which will knock out the Furret on Ozito's side. Ozito only has left their Kingdra. Dunsparce is nothing more than a catchable king for Ozito. Ozito putting all of their chips into this Kingdra, but Crispy still brought Lugia, who is throwing a super effective a fast attack into Kingdra, and that damage is going to be costly. Ozito went for a Surf, which is going to do more damage, and Crispy is hoping that with the 2 shields, they're able to do it in an incredible moment. With 1 HP and perfect timing, Ozito is able to catch this fly onto the Dunsparce, which might turn the tides for Ozito, looking to get this knockout onto the Lugia. Crispy, deciding which Pokemon am I going to invest into, is thinking about it and chooses to use their first shield on the Lugia, really trying to get the rest of that farm down. Can they get to another fly? They can't. He can't get to the fly. The fly doesn't get out. Instead, Ozito has the moves to knock out the Blossom because Ozito still had both of his shields. The fly would have done nothing. The fast attack is what Crispy needed from both these Pokemon to knock this out, but 2 Swifts will be enough. 2 Swifts will get the knockout. 2 Swifts means that Ozito will win this decisive Game 3 and take his first victory in the tournament. Let's go. We don't get to see the knockout, unfortunately, but let me tell you something. That knockout knocked out. Oh, no. Are we still there? Hello? We're still here. We're still here. Who won? We're good. We're good, right? You guys can see me? No, 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 no. Hang tight. Hang tight. We're back? I don't think we're back yet. It's kind of laggy. Give it just a second, y'all. There we go. Okay. I think we're back. I think we're good. It's lagging a little bit, but I see the connection. Um, they were moving at full speed again. All right. I think we're good. Yeah. I'm moving in real time, moving in full speed. We're good. Wow. What an incredible, incredible battle. It ended exactly the way that you saw it on screen. I don't know where you guys lost connection. But just to recap, because I have the recording, you'll see it later on. Crispy needed to get the farm down with his Lugia and with his Blossom because Ozito still had 2 shields. We lost after Crispy lost that shield. Oh no. All right. So it was Ozito's Kingdra versus Crispy's Lugia and Blossom. Now, Lugia and Blossom were not going to get to 3 charge attacks, so it didn't make any sense for Crispy to throw any charge attacks because it would just been wasting turns to do so. Crispy had to go for a full farm down using Lugia and Blossom against the Kingdra, especially since Ozito was able to catch that charge attack onto the Dunsparce with 1 HP. So, in an attempt to do that, Lugia got a decent amount of energy taken out and down on Kingdra, and Blossom was very, very close. However, Kingdra was able to get out 2 Swifts, and 2 Swifts was enough to knock out the rest of the Blossom, giving Ozito the victory. What an incredible battle. We'll be posting it later as well for you guys to see, so don't you worry. I don't know why things cut out there, but with that being said, great battle to both of these trainers. As we now gone over to round number 5, the final round of Swiss is live. It's ready to go. And we have some interesting matchups. Again, some great people in here. Don't know if we're going to queue up 1 or 2 again. We have had some drops. So that might be the case where we don't see as many matchups, but there are some people who are taking some strong leads here. KWA Legend still remains, as we said, undefeated and is looking for that final undefeated win here to go 5-0 for all rounds. Eevee took their first loss here in round 4, so they're looking to get the 4-1. Who else is really on a run right now? Killy Boy, where we start with you, buddy? We start with Killy Boy in the beginning. Killy Boy, 1, 2, 3, 4. Killy Boy is also undefeated. So Killy Boy and KWA Legend are both currently 4-0 and looking to get that 5-0 victory. One of them is walking away from this undefeated in the Swiss. Let's check out Spooky. Spooky Mafia is also at a 3-1 right now, looking to get that 4-1, just like Evie is looking to get that 4-1 as well. Both of them currently at the 3-1, and only one of them can walk away with that 4-1. So we will see a 5-0. We will see 2 4-1s going into the Swiss. Undoubtedly, there's no way to not see them. And I sneezed. I haven't seen Nimble Dragon. Nimble Dragon, let's see, is currently at a 3-1 as well. Going against Zaid, who is also going to have 3-1. So again, we're going to see a second 4-1 come out of this set. We'll see a 5-0 and a 4-1, a 4-1, and another 4-1. So it's 3 4-1s guaranteed to be seen, and a 5-0 coming out of here as well. Executor looking to also make sure that that last round win was their only that last round loss was their only loss, and they get the 4-1 out of this. Going against our Kanto Queen, the winner of our Kanto Cup, Mystic Sparkle, who Mystic Sparkle is also looking at a 3-1 right now, trying to get that 4-1. So we have a guaranteed, what I say, 1, 2, 3, 4 4-1s and a 5-0 looking into this next round. How is Dink doing? Dink is also at a 3-1. Looking for that 4-1 against only GBL. Who I'm assuming, since their positioning is there, is going to be in that same spot. Win, loss, win, loss. Okay, only GBL is currently 2-2. So Dink would be the last person of these rounds to potentially get a 4-1 going into the top cut. So 5-0, a 4-1, a 4-1, a 4-1, a 4-1, and a 4-1. That is 6 spots taken up right there if Dink wins this round number 5. And then it would come down to a lot of other battles here in the bottom, and who of the 3 2s will end up top cutting, because only 2 of the 3 2s will be making it on. All right. We got our trainers in. Let me cue them up right now. As we head on over, let's clear out the scores from last time. And we have 2 trainers coming on in right now. Spell it wrong? No. There. I thought I spelled it right. Okay. Kurt Zing versus Ty B are playing off, looking to get. Let's go over their real quick. Let's go over their history so far. So Kurt Zing is looking at a 1-1, 1-2, 2-2. So Kurt Zing is 2-2. And Ty B is win, loss, loss, win, also at 2-2. So both of these trainers are currently at 2 wins and 2 losses. And 2 wins and 2 losses means the next battle will decide whether or not. Wait, that's something else. Both of these trainers are at 2-2, looking to get the 3-2. We know that at least three twos are going to be making a splash in this pot right now. So we will see if this is the battle that makes the difference. But Tybee and Kurtzing are two great trainers. Kurtzing is actually a friend of mine. We met in Canada when I went to Canada for the very first time for the, was it Go Wild Safari? What's the one where Evie gets all the hats? I guess it's Safari because it's a regular Safari hat. So I would imagine that it's then a Safari. So I went up to Canada and I've seen him a few times since at other events like Go Tour and just chatting every now and then. So yeah, this is going to be a great battle. I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out. And then Tybee is going to be coming in, trying to make sure that they get that 3-2 win themselves. They want the best chance at top cutting. Both trainers want to see their way onto top cut, want to see if they can win that $100 cash prize. So once both trainers are ready, we can get this going. But in the meantime, by the way, thank you for clarifying that, Daniel. Yeah, the Safari event. In the meantime, let's go over some teams real quick. On the side of Kurtzing, we have Shadow Meganium. It's the first time seeing that. We have Typhlosion and Feraligatr, Shadow Feraligatr. So we have the final stages of the 3 Johto starters, and then the Route 1 normal type, the Furret, and the Route 1 bug as well. And I'm pretty sure you catch Mareep pretty early in the game. So Kurtzing said, you know what? I've gotten at least 2 badges in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal. I'm just going to use the Pokemon I had back then. And it just might be the strategy. As we all know, if anyone's confused, I love Ledian. I'm a Ledian gamer believer. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Shadow Ledian plays differently than regular Ledian. Now, one of the main real aspects that we love about Ledian is a bulky bug that does some pretty heavy damage. So that Shadow is going to take away some of that bulkiness. However, it is going to have a bit of an impact on the strength of those already hard-hitting charge attacks. I'm interested in seeing if that Ledian hits the field and if it's going to hit hard. On the side of Type B, we have a regular Feraligatr, Furret, Noctowl, Azumarill, Ampharos, and Togetic. So this is a non-shadow team. Tybee has no shadow Pokemon at all. Said, I'm not going to subject any of my Pokemon's hearts being closed off for the sense of more power. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to, hold on. I want to catch this as well. Oh no, I don't have any Ultra Balls. Oh no. It's regular Poke Catch. I'm going to get this Mawile. Here's money. I have to proceed with one screen. Okay. I'm being informed that that Tybee is not sharing their screen. Tybee, if you can hear me, we need to see your screen in order to proceed. Kurtzing is currently has canceled the battle and is waiting for Tybee to respond. So as soon as Tybee is able to respond and get their game shared with us and casted into the chat, then we'll be able to get this up on the screen. But the refs are also saying we might need to just push through and do this off of one screen. Okay, hold on. What's going on right now? Okay, we're good. That's working. Everything's fine there. We got some movement going on. Give me 1 second. Good. That's that one. This is this one. Okay. We are a little bit on a confusing standby at the moment. This is Kurtzing you're seeing on the right-hand side with Shadow Ledian against this Togetic. We're going to see if we can get this to work properly. Because with the trainers not queuing in, it was giving us a little bit of a struggle here. Kurtzing blocks the first one from the Togetic, and there we go. So we do not have Ty B's screen, unfortunately. We only have Kurtzing's. It looks like Ty B has just exited Discord entirely. I'm sure I'll get an update later as to why, but for now, we are fully seeing from Kurtzing's side, switching on over to the Typhlosion to catch the Heat Wave, the not very effective Heat Wave, and these Fairy Winds are also not going to be doing much damage against the Typhlosion. So this is a great place for Typhlosion to be. This is exactly where Typhlosion wants to find itself against this Togetic. Knocks out the Togetic with the Thunder Punch, and in comes the Feraligatr. But Feraligatr is going to be behind on energy, and that's going to cost Ty B at least a shield, because these Thunder Punches, even though it's a non-Shadow Typhlosion, it's still going to hurt pretty heavy. No, Ty B opts to take the first one and is now potentially in the realm of getting farmed down. Instead, Kurtzing opts out of the Typhlosion, wants to invest into his other Pokemon. Here comes the Ampharos, is able to barely miss out on farming down the Feraligatr. Feraligatr going to get out one last Hydro Cannon, and Kurtzing choosing to take it onto the Ampharos, which does about, I'd say, 60% of the damage. But now, with a Noctowl on the back for Ty B, it is looking all but over for Ty B and Kurtzing's win, due to the fact that this Trailblaze is only going to increase the power of the Volt Switches while simultaneously not taking very much damage from the Noctowl fast attacks. Throwing a brutal swing here into the Noctowl. Ty B using their final shield here, but even so, it looks like Ampharos is going to get to one more move. Ty B needed to get the farm down on the Ampharos if they wanted to have even a chance against the rest of Kurtzing's team, but Kurtzing is able to still get to this brutal swing, knock out the Noctowl, which means Kurtzing will take the first round win. Still waiting to see if we have any kind of update on what's going on here. But I think Ty B might have just completely backed out of the streaming process entirely, and it's going to just be a one-sided viewing party right now. We did see the Shadow Ledian, but we saw it a little too late. And so, unfortunately, we didn't really get to see the power of the Shadow Ledian while we were trying to figure out what's going on this end. Potentially, we will see this yet again. Shadow Ledian still has some decent play into the rest of Ty B's Pokemon. And Ty B has let us know that their phone just can't do both battle and stream. So this will continue to be a one-sided stream. We're only going to see it from the side of Kurtzing, but both trainers are locked in. It is Typhlosion versus Ampharos, where I believe both trainers are throwing some longer turns than normal. We have the 5-turn Incinerate from Typhlosion versus the 4-turn Volt Switch from Ampharos. 5-turn versus 4-turn is not a normal matchup you'll see in a lot of these battles. So it's interesting to see how these energies now start to play out as if they're playing in a 3-2 type game. The first brutal swing from the Ampharos connects with Typhlosion, but it's not enough to knock out. Ty B is going to have to throw one more if they want to get the knockout here and not have to shield this Blast Burn. But Kurtzing says, no, you want my shield, I want your shield. Oh, even better than that, they were off by 1 turn still and was able to save that Blast Burn for later. Ty B swaps out to their Feraligatr, but Ampharos comes out on Kurtzing's side, and this is the Pokemon that Ty B did not want in front of the Ampharos. That is unless we see that Noctowl again. So Kurtzing able to throw a Trailblaze, knowing it will knock out the Feraligatr plus boost them 1. Now we will see, will their Ampharos come back out? It will. Remember, Tybee's Ampharos should be a little behind in pacing because Brutal Swing is a 3-2, and Kurtzing was on only their second Brutal Swing, while Tybee was on their third, which means they get the knockout, they keep the boost, and here's the Togetic coming on out, going to take 2 Volt Switches before being farmed down. It's going to get some heavy energy up on this Togetic, but here comes that Shadow Ledian, and Shadow Ledian with 1 shield is going to want to try to get to that charge attack. Instead, Kurtzing goes for the catch, has the Thunder Punch, could shield and throw the Thunder Punch. No, chooses not to shield, gives up the energy instead, is going for the double charge attack from Ledian. I think that might have been the wrong choice. I think that they potentially could have gotten through with this. I think Ledian could have survived 1, but Togetic could not have survived both. So now you're a really tough choice. Do you go for the bait? He goes for the bait. Kurtzing goes for the bait, but is going to take 1 charge attack first. Will Ledian be able to hold on, get out the bait, and then still get to the acrobatics? Will Togetic get to a second heat wave first? And will they shield here? Will they call the bait, or will they waste their shield? Waste the shield. The bait is properly used by Kurtzing, able to get to the arrow. What is it? Acrobatics, and is able to get this round 2 win with the Shadow Ledian, meaning that Kurtzing 2-0s and wins the battle. A 2-0 from Kurtzing, bringing Kurtzing up to a 3-2, could potentially mean top cut ability for Kurtzing, but we won't know until all of the other battles have gone through. Looking on over to the bracket, we do see some people have already cashed in. Spooky Mafia taking the 2-0 against Eevee, meaning the Spooky Mafia does get that 4-1. Executor taking the 2-0 against Mystic Sparkle, meaning the Executor also takes a 4-1. As we queue up the next set of trainers for this battle, that's going to be a mouthful, but we're going to figure it out anyway. Let's cue this up real quick. Let's clear out the scores from the last set. Let's get our trainers up on the screen. And boom. All right. Up next on this stream, and I need to adjust this real quick. Give me 1 second. Actually, no. And then much better. Let's get a little more of this up in here. Up in here. Y'all gonna make me go all out. Up in here. Up in here. Boom. Bam. Bop. Bada boom, bang, bop, bo. And there. Much better. Okay, now that's fixed. We have on our screens right now Galaxco Bolton versus Zero Nero. Glaston Bolton running with a Galarian Corsola, Jumpluff, Mantine Furret, Noctowl, and Shadow Kingdra, while Zero Nero has also their own Jumpluff, a non-Shadow Kingdra, a Furret, a Shadow Ampharos, a Feraligatr, and a Dunsparce. So we see a little bit of overlap here. We see both trainers with a Furret. We see both trainers with a Jumpluff. We see both trainers with a Kingdra, although Galaxcobolton's Kingdra is a Shadow, while Zero Nero's is not. So that does change things up quite a bit with those matchups. This is one of those Pokemon where when they align with each other, those different ways of playing and those different strategies of shields or not make the major difference there. So I'm excited to see how these two play out. I'm excited to see what we have going on for each trainer. Mother of Demons, thank you so much for being the newest follower on the stream. It looks like Zero Nero is already queued up and ready to go, waiting on Galaxcobolton to get their team locked in, and we'll see how the two of these players battle it out. Looks like Galaxco is almost ready. Galaxco makes just some final choices, deciding if they are ready or if they are not. And then we can get into this final battle. It is important. This is a decisive round. Round 5 could be the difference between you making it to top cut or not. So I, for one, would not be taking any grievance in making sure I had my team fully locked in the way I wanted to. I'd be taking all the time I could to make sure I knew exactly who I wanted to bring. Is it just me or okay, never mind. We're locked in. Here we go. It is a Jumpluff versus an Ampharos in this immediate matchup in the starting all right. Well, Zero Nero's game is definitely doing a bit of a jump. But we do see that Jumpluff is getting some decent farm here and building up quite heavily, trying to get to multiple charge attacks going through to the other side of this game because they know that the current moves that Ampharos has on this Pokemon is not going to be enough to knock out the Jumpluff. This Jumpluff wants to get the full farm down, but instead, Zero Nero throws up the shield and gets the debuff. So now Ampharos, already being not that sturdy of a Pokemon, is now -1 in defense, and this really opens the door for Galaxco to be able to farm down the Ampharos, but instead chooses to take this attack. This Brutal Swing is going to do some pretty decent damage, leaves Jumpluff hanging on the edge, and now in comes the next Brutal Swing, which Galaxco chooses to give up again. So in a turn of events, Zero Nero's Ampharos is the one making it out alive by cashing in that one shield. In comes the Shadow Kingdra to get a good amount of farm into the Ampharos before this Furret comes on out, because that extra Dragon Breath energy is going to be all the difference in this back line of the double normal types. Now, this Kingdra is not running Surf like normal. It is running Outrage instead, and immediately goes for it. Zero Nero thinks that's going to be the bait. It isn't. One Outrage is enough to knock out the Furret, which takes down an entire Pokemon on Zero Nero's team and really opens up the door for Galaxco to be able to knock out this Dunsparce. Galaxco saying, I'm not backing down. I'm going to full send a second time. Does second heavy damage. Almost takes out the Dunsparce. Instead swaps on over to their Furret to clean up the rest of the Dunsparce and takes an aggressive Game 1 win. Wow. The double outrage from the Shadow Kingdra was enough to almost take out two Pokemon, a Pokemon each. That is the power of Shadow Kingdra's outrage. We don't see it a lot in the Go Battle League due to the fact that Surf is just a better play in what you see in a general sense. But in this limited meta, the outrage might have been the right move for tackling these Pokemon. It's going to do more damage. It takes a little bit more to get to, but do so much more damage. 2 Surfs would have done what 1 outrage did to that Furret. Oh, man. Already Zero Nero's locked in, says, I know what Pokemon I want to bring to get a comeback here. While Galaxco is making sure that they go over their full team and options before locking in their round 2 Pokemon. But Galaxco's locked in. Zero Nero's locked in. It's round 2. It's Furret versus Furret in the mirror matchup. Now, on the left-hand side, Galaxco's Furret is running Trailblaze, while on the right-hand side, Zero Nero is also running Trailblaze. This is a true mirror matchup, and it's going to come down to which way the trainers want to play. Do they want to go Swifts? Do they want to go Trailblaze and then Swifts? I personally think that Swifting fully on through is the best play, but instead of seeing the full mirror match out, Galaxco switches over to their Jumpluff, so that gives Zero Nero the chance to get out their Dunsparce. Dunsparce is going to be doing super effective damage with both its Roll Out Fast Attack and its Rock Slide Charge Attack, but Jumpluff is a very bulky Pokemon, and it should be able to take some of that while still doing some very significant damage. 1 Aeroblast is going to be enough to take out at least 60% of this Dunsparce and possibly turn the tides, especially if Galaxco gets back to their Furret and goes for a bit more of a farm down or a double throw of the Aeroblast followed by a Swift. Galaxco does throw the Aeroblast. Zero Nero chooses not to shield it and takes it on the Dunsparce, who does have a lot of energy. But yeah, that's just still not enough to get it done. Instead, here comes in that first Rock Slide, and they're only 1 away from another Rock Slide. Galaxco says, I'm going to let Jumpluff take this. Jumpluff will not hold on. It does mean that Zero Nero wins in the 3s, but this Furret now gets some extra energy, and we see the Furret matchup yet again. But in doing so, Galaxco's Furret is ahead in energy and will command the shields accordingly. Both trainers are at a Swift. Galaxco chooses to take this next Swift, knowing that they're probably going to throw their Swift and then swap, or potentially just swap into Kingdra immediately, saves the Swift for later, goes for the Kingdra, is trying to get the farm down, but is going to be just shy, so instead has to use a shield against this Furret's charge attack Swift against the Shadow Kingdra. Shadow Kingdra is going to get the rest of that farm down, though. Down goes Furret. In comes in Zero Nero's own Jumpluff, and that Aeroblast is going to be very deadly. Now, we saw the double outrage from Galaxco before, looking to see if they can double outrage win again. Zero Nero says, I'm not taking the chance. I fell for this twice. I am going to use a shield here, but now they're out of shields. And Galaxco is able to shield up this energy ball and has to keep an eye out, because if they want to try to outrage take out the Jumpluff, they have to look out for this catch. Hold on. An interesting play, because the drill run does come through. So now, having to swap out and throw that banked Swift, but instead doesn't get it out. Switches on into the Furret, but doesn't get the attack out. Instead, Dunsparce gets out their drill run instead. This does leave room for Kingdra to farm down Dunsparce, but will 1 outrage be enough to knock out a Jumpluff? Jumpluff is a very bulky Pokemon. Can this be possible? Can a Shadow Stab outrage from Kingdra knock out a full Jumpluff? It cannot. It does only about, I want to say, 65% damage. That means that down goes the Kingdra. Zero Nero takes the win there, which means we are going into a decisive game 3. Very close battles on both trainers' accounts. I think the swap into the Furret but getting denied the Swift is really going to make a huge change in play with how that game went out, because that did leave the Kingdra a little too vulnerable without any kind of backup. Then again, if they had gotten the farm down and then the Swift into the Jumpluff, that probably would have been the only way Galaxco could have knocked out that Jumpluff, is getting both attacks into it. Jumpluff is just too bulky of a Pokemon that even a Shadow, Stab, Outrage couldn't do enough to get a jump bluff from the green to the red. Both trainers very closely looking over their teams, want to make sure they bring the right Pokemon, want to make sure they align the right types, want to make sure that when they finish this battle, they are victorious. They're the ones taking the winner. They're the ones potentially moving on to that top cut and that prize of $100. Excuse me. We see Zero Nero is locked in. Galaxco is still going over their team. We've seen a lot of different choices from both these trainers. We've seen Jump Bluff come in from both sides. We've seen that Shadow Kingdra on Galaxco be just a devastating force. And we've seen both Furrets play some pivotal parts in the swap game. We have both trainers locked in. It is time for a decisive Game 3. It is Jump Bluff versus Jump Bluff, another mirror match in this battle. Both trainers running the same moveset. Both trainers looking to win and get that 3-2 in the tournament overall. We are going to see a CMP here, and it is going to be in favor of Zero Nero, which means Zero Nero has a higher attack jump bluff than Galaxco, but that means Galaxco's jump bluff is more likely higher in defense. Will that matter here? Not really, due to the fact that Aeroblast does over 50% damage. Zero Nero says, I don't want to take this Aeroblast. I saw what mine did to you, and I don't want you to do that to mine. So instead, he switches over to the Furret, is able to get out is able to get out almost 7 Sucker Punches before a swap from Galaxco into their own Furret, but now the Trailblaze has gone out, so Zero Nero's Furret is +1, is going to start doing heavier damage into this Furret matchup. They're still pretty close, but one trainer is significantly ahead in energy, and that is Galaxco, because they're the one that swapped out and did the Trailblaze. Zero Nero chooses to take this Swift onto their Furret, sacrifices the Furret, and brings out Dunsparce immediately. We're seeing Dunsparce going for what I assume to be a heavy farm and then maybe a throw just to make sure that they don't get a second Swift out. But again, remember, Glasgow is +1 with their Furret. That's going to do some pretty heavy damage. And now a catch onto the jump bluff to preserve the Furret, who is only 1 away from their next Swift. And even this Rock Slide is still not going to knock out. So the catch is going to leave Galaxco with just a farmed down jump bluff, giving Dunsparce extra energy, which might make a big difference in this game. Galaxco, when at the time we're trying to make sure that the clock is as neutral as possible. Out comes the jump bluff from Zero Nero. We saw this battle before, but in this case, Zero Nero's jump bluff is much higher up in energy than it was in the previous matchup, while Galaxco's Kingdra is starting from the beginning and needs to find its way through not only 1 shield, but still to a second move. Goes for the Outrage yet again. Zero Nero has fallen for this twice and will not fall for it a third time, has blocked the last 2 Outrages, called correctly, but now a potential catch. No catch goes through for Galaxco. Is going to use the shield here instead. Has to make sure that this Outrage makes contact with the jump bluff. So Glasgow has to look out for a catch on the opposing side. Zero Nero was 1 more Fairy Wind away from their Aeroblast, would have knocked out the Kingdra, but instead Kingdra gets to a Swift really quick and then swaps. Galaxco getting to their Furret, getting out the Swift this time, which they were unable to do previously in this Furret versus Dunsparce matchup. We saw how this went in the last battle. It looks like Galaxco learned from their mistakes, is trying to get out of here, but is unable to get the farm down because Zero Nero's jump bluff lives on 1 HP. It has 2 energy balls, and Zero Nero, if they can get this second energy ball out, can win, but is unable to, just barely unable to get out that second energy ball. Galaxco wins by a 1 HP farm down. Zero Nero, unfortunately, is unable to get out that energy ball. Galaxco takes the 2-1, takes the victory, and is our 3-2 winner in this set. Oh my goodness. These games are crazy. All these games have been so crazy and so close, especially with the mirror matchups. Oh, it gets so confusing to be like, no, this person's for it. No, that jump left. Wait, no, it's a Dunsparce over here. But man, these games are close. They are coming down to 1 HP so often and so many times, and it is just wild to see how these trainers are playing out the odds. Both trainers did a phenomenal job battling. Both trainers should be proud of their teams they put together. And both trainers are pretty amazing, if you ask me. Heading on over to Zygarde to see if that was our last battle for the day. It probably was for the round 5. No, we still have one round going on. Nimble Dragon LKJ versus Zaid. Those two are still battling it out, but it looks like the rest of the battles are finished up. We do see KWA Legend went undefeated for the entire day. 5-0. Killy Boy went ahead and got a 4-1, right? This was their first loss, if I'm not mistaken. Killy Boy. Yes. This is Killy Boy's first loss. So Killy Boy gets a 4-1. Spooky Mafia taking a 4-1 as well, putting Eevee at a 3-2. We're waiting to see who gets the 4-1 or the 3-2 out of this matchup right now. Executor getting that 4-1, right? Because the only loss they took was the one on stream. So again, Executor getting the 4-1. Mystic Sparkle taking the 3-2. Dink is over here getting the last possible in regards to the order of these matchups, the last possible 4-1. So it's what? A 5-0, a 4-1, a 4-1, a 4-1, and a 4-1, which means that there should be whoever 4-1's here, so whoever wins this battle, right, between Nimble Dragon, LKJ, and Zaid, they'll 4-1 in top cut, and then a 3-2, which could be Eevee. It could be whoever loses this match. It could be Mystic Sparkle. It could be, I don't think it could be only GBL, right? Only GBL has a win there. Win, loss. Yeah, no. So it's not only GBL. Only Dink could have made the 4-1 out of that. Spacebar is looking at a 3-2. Okay. So that's a 3-2 right there. Potentially going on. We know Kurtzing also won on stream and got the 3-2. We know that Galaxco Bolton also got the 3-2 that we saw on screen. So there are a lot of 3-2s that have the potential to make it on into those final 2 spaces in the top cut. It's really anybody's game when it comes to that. And it really just comes down to different resistances and who's going to top cut and who is not. But it will be a top 8 going on to our single elimination top cut bracket where one person will win $100 for battling. So if you're coming here and you're like, what is going on? I want to win $100. How do I win $100? Make sure that you join the Go Lounge. That is our Discord server. It is in my opinion, the #1 place for everything and anything Pokemon. Exclamation point Discord in the chat right now. It is where you can sign up for our tournaments, is where you can have conversations about every type of game possible. It is just the best place in Pokemon Go. We're going to be having our August tournament pretty soon here. So it's not going to be a full month because in basically 30 days from today, we're going to be in 30 days from today, most of us will already be in San Francisco for the World Championships. So I'll probably talk to my admins later on today to see when we want to schedule out the August tournament. But if you want a chance at that, make sure that you join the Go Lounge. Chris, we just put the link in the chat right now. We're waiting on that one final battle to finish out to then see if Top Cut has been announced. As soon as that battle is done, we can let you guys know. But yeah, exciting stuff. Some great battles today. We saw Shadow Ledian. We saw Shadow Quillfish. We unfortunately never got to see that Shadow Suicune. And I'm pretty sure all Shadow Suicune-ers are gone, have decided to drop or not out. I'm sorry, no. P2, but I don't think P2 is going to make top cut, unfortunately. Yeah, P2 lost their last battle against Daniel. Daniel took the 2-0 against P2. Daniel, I see you in the chat right now. Did they bring the Suicune? Was the Suicune coonable? Did it sween? Has it swun? I wanted to see it. We did see the Shadow Crobat from Crispy, although we never got to see it use a charge attack. I wanted to see what kind of damage that thing does. It was very glassy, though, so I want to say it probably was going to do some heavy damage had it ever used the charge attack. Then I said, no, didn't show, no Suicune. Oh, damn. I want to see that Shadow Suicune. I want to see if it looks good, if it feels good, if it tastes good. Man, my throat is scratching from all this excitement. It's exciting stuff, though. It's worth the excitement. Sorry. Let's head back over to Zygarden. We'll take a look at the standings, right? Just show you guys where everybody's at, like I said. So all these ones that are 4-1, they're officially locked in, right? And it looks like once we know who won, Nimble Dragon or Zaid, they will jump up to this 5 slot. I'm sorry, this 6 slot. And then we will see of the 3 2s, which one is going to be moving on to the top cut. I think it might even be live already. I think I just saw them say that it was, in fact, updated. It was. The standings are up. So let's see if it reflects at all at any point in time. Nope, still not showing just yet. Give it just another minute. Maybe let it settle. We're waiting to see if Nimble or Zaid jump up. Kirsty, it's been so much fun. I've had a great time. I'm glad you had a fun time too. You did phenomenal. Here we go. Top Cut is out. Top Cut is live. Ladies and gentlemen, trainers of all ages, it was Zaid who ended up winning and moving on to the next battle. We see that here Zaid won in a 2-1 battle, meaning that your Top Cut should be displayed here properly, and it is. Nope, one more. There we go. Here's your Top Cut KWA Legend with the 5-0. Killy Boy, Dink, Zaid, Spooky Mafia, Executor, Eevee, and Nimble Dragon all make it into the top cut. A huge thank you to all the trainers who did battle, who did not make top cut. You guys did so amazing. It was so much fun seeing all of your different teams, and I appreciate everyone that joined us. But now we move on over to top cut, where we will see the undefeated KWA Legend go against Nimble Dragon, who was just able to get into top cut by winning that last set. In the second bracket, we have Spooky Mafia versus Zaid. So Zaid still moves on as well. Both of these trainers who just versed off against each other in the last battle, they were one of them was 3-2 enough. So who wound up winning? Zaid won. Nimble Dragon lost, but Nimble Dragon was still able to make enough points, enough resistance for their 3-2 to be enough for them to get into the top cut. We see Dink, Resift, I always fumble with the SIFT pronunciation, but this is, if you don't know who Dink is, then you haven't been to this stream ever before. I gotta double check with him. The SIFT always messes me up. That's why I just default to Dink. I know it's re, and then the H is part of the re. But is it sift? Just re-sift? I think so. But I'm clarifying. Or just, I mean, how much we call Dink? He just wants to go by Dink. All right, Dink it is. Easy enough. That's what we all know him as. So, but he said call him by Dink. I'm going to call him by Dink. So this is Dink right here battling against Executor and then Eevee versus Killy Boy. I am excited to see these battles. And if I'm not mistaken, since we are so far ahead in our day, we didn't do 6 rounds like we did in the previous set. We are not behind. It is only 12:30 here on the West Coast, means only 3:30 on the East Coast. I believe that we're going to be showcasing all of these battles on stream, but let me double check my judges just to be sure. Um, Double checking real quick with the judges with Oral Raikou and Mystic Sparkle and man, there we go. Okay. They're checking in real quick. I believe that is what we will be doing, but we're just double checking with the players to make sure that they are able to. I would like to see all these battles, but if the players are unable to wait around that long or how fast they want it to move along, we might end up just doing the one, asking all of them currently. But in the meantime, an anonymous gifter gifted a sub to the community, and Pauly Paul #1 was able to get that gifted sub. Anonymous person, anonymous gifter. Thank you. Why? Come here. I need to look at you. Anonymous gifter, thank you, thank you, thank you so much for the gifted sub to the stream. That is so kind of you. You are amazing for doing that. I wish I could thank you by knowing who you are, but I'll never know. It'll always be anonymous to me, but just know that you will always have a place in my heart, and I will always be grateful for it. Thank you for doing that. Huge W, Anon. Huge W, Anon. Absolutely. It looks like the Top Cut people are currently discussing how they want to do it. If they want to do just one battle, it looks like it might just be one battle instead of all of the Top Cut. But after this first round, then everything will at least still be streamed. So the winner of 64 and winner of 65, we'll see that on screen on stream. We'll see the winner of 66 versus the winner of 67, and of course, we will see the finals on screen. So we are getting this first one queued up right now. Let's head on over to the battling screen. I heard something. All right. We are queuing up these trainers as we speak. Give me 1 second. All right, let's get this party started. Oh, damn it. Okay, there we go. We have Kelly Boy returning back on the screen against Eevee. We haven't seen Eevee on the screen just yet, but Eevee has been doing phenomenal. Obviously, Eevee made it on over to Top Cut, so of course they've been doing really great. Let's go to these teams one more time while we're waiting for both the trainers to queue up their teams. We have Kelly Boy still with that Raikou, the Ledian Gaming. We love us some good Ledian Gaming. Jumpluff and Miltank for some good bulk. The Shadow Kingdra, which also does some heavy damage, and of course, a very, very comfortable safe swap in Furret. Now, on the side of Eevee, we see some Pokemon we have not seen yet today. We see a Shadow Blossom and a Shadow Tyranitar. We've seen one Blossom before on the side of Crispy, but this is our first time seeing a Shadow Blossom, and this is the first time we've seen any type of Tyranitar, this one being a Shadow. We have some returning Pokemon. We've seen plenty already, though. We see the Dunsparce, the non-Shadow Kingdra, the Galarian Corsola, and of course, the Jumpluff. So there's a little bit of overlap here in the sense of the Jumpluff and Kingdras, if you count the Shadow versus the non-Shadow. Aside from that, they each have a normal type rollout user. And from there, we get a little bit interesting. It's going to be a battle for sure. And I'm curious to see how these trainers now use the mirrors and the vast differences in the non-mirrors against each other. We got one trainer queuing up. We are waiting for the second one. Looks like we have the second trainer who is now sharing their screen. Potentially. There we go. Screen shared. And we are waiting for this battle to commence. I think they might have to resend the battle potentially. But once that is done, it'll be a good time. So this is still best 2 out of 3. We will not do best 3 of 5 until we get to the final round. Hans. Thanks, buddy. I took after you, you handsome devil. How are you, my friend? Welcome on in to the July tournament. This Johto Cup is going phenomenal. I think we're having a great time. There's some really great battles and some really interesting choices. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see who makes it all the way. But yes, this will still be a best 2 out of 3 in the meantime. Trainers are getting their teams ready. Excuse me, I had to yawn again. I didn't want to pass it through the camera like I did last time. But okay. Trainers are now queued up. Killy Boy is locked in. Eevee is finalizing what Pokemon they want to use. But then as soon as Eevee has their team locked in, we will see the first battle of the Top Cut, where the winner moves on to the semifinals. The loser is eliminated from the tournament entirely. There's no more Swiss. There's no more coming back. You either win 2 or you go home. This is the type of battling that everyone's been waiting for. This is what we've been playing for all day long. We are on our way to our first Top Cut match in any moment now. Eevee dialing in their team, making sure it's everything they want, comparing, seeing what it is that Killy Boy had, maybe even going over some of the notes, saying, I saw Killy Boy play earlier. I know what some of their strategy were, and I saw in the chat that they are Ledian lovers. But how could you not be? It's Ledian gaming time, right? So As soon as Eevee locks in that team, we will have ourselves our first top cut battle. Excuse me. I'm over here pushing like, yeah, let's do all the battles, and meanwhile I'm yawning up a storm. Still waiting on a decision here, but it looks like one is potentially made. Stand by. As Paul liked to say, stand by for battle. I miss Paul. Paul was a great rival for Ash. Gives one more minute. We should have a locked in team. All right. It looks like we are locked in. Killyboy versus Eevee for the first battle in Top Cut. It is going to be Jumpluff versus Dunsparce. Now, Eevee's Dunsparce, again, has the advantage with the rollouts being faster, being super effective against the Jumpluff. However, Jumpluff does hit a little bit harder with those arrow blasts, so it's going to be an interesting matchup here. We do see that Eevee takes the first arrow blast into their Dunsparce and then goes for the rock slide, but Killyboy is able to catch it onto their Miltank. Miltank takes the rock slide and now is looking for a pretty good farm up. Is able to take one more attack from Dunsparce. Dunsparce is throwing that drill run here. Again, Killyboy takes it, knows that their Miltank is tanky, that half of the Miltank is the tank portion, goes and builds up to a little over 2 body slams before they throw the first one, knowing that 1 body slam and a few rollouts will take down this Dunsparce if they take it. In fact, never mind. Goes for the CMP, gets the CMP, gets the second body slam, denies Eevee of their second charge attack, and now Miltank is completely dry, right? Or maybe they have 1, but still at a massive advantage in this 3v2 now. Yeah, Miltank is coming on into having just enough to get to the Ice Beam before Corsola can get to their first charge attack. But Corsola is at a massive disadvantage in this battle. Corsola is throwing not very effective fast attacks. Their main charge attack is also not very effective, while Miltank is throwing rollout, a rock type move, so it is doing neutral damage to that Corsola, and then throwing Ice Beam as the charge attack, which is also doing heavier hitting charge attack damage that is neutral. It is only the body slam that is lost to the Miltank in this matchup, but down goes Miltank regardless, and here comes the Furret. Furret is loving seeing this Galarian Corsola. That is what Furret is built for in the Go Battle League. It looks like Eevee has chosen just to give up the Corsola and go for a farm me down. I will figure it out next round. That Furret was a monster into the into the Corsola. Corsola had 2 charge attacks, but really nowhere to go. Could have thrown some power gems, sure. Might have made a difference, but I think Eevee is just letting this happen, saying, oh, weak connection. Oh, hold on. I thought potentially that Eevee was just uninterested in finishing out this match, saying, you won, I'm going to let you have it. But potentially, we are seeing a weak connection issue, which is why Eevee didn't throw those power gems. We'll see how the rest of this battle plays out. I'm sure we'll hear from the judges in just a moment. But that will take out the rest of the Jumpluff, and that will knock out Eevee's Pokemon. We do see that weak connection one more time on the screen. So I would not be surprised if we see a rematch. Now, we did see in the beginning of the match that there was a lot of lag on our side in the form of Eevee sharing their screen, to the point where we didn't actually catch up with Eevee live until 2 charge attacks had already been thrown. So we don't know if there's any delay in the beginning. We did see the weak connection twice in the end. We'll see what the judges say, and we will let you guys know in just a moment. In the meantime, let's go check out Zygarden and see if anything has happened here in the top cut. It looks like, oh my goodness, Executors already won their battle and 3-2'd against Dink. Laney Dragonair in the chat. Laney Dragonair, we hope that your tournament also goes well. All right, here's what we're going to do. These trainers are going to play out game 2. Well, Coach, thank you for that shout out for Laney Dragonair. If you're not following Laney Dragonair, go give Laney Dragonair a follow. Here's what's going to happen. We are going to play out round number 2 while our judges review round number 1. So for the time being, Killy Boy gets 1 asterisk. Because potentially it could be overturned, that it's a redo. But either way, Eevee will stay at 0. So we'll play out this next one. We'll see if there is any kind of change in the ruling from the judge, if this will be counted as a official round 1, or if this next battle that you're about to see is going to end up being the round 1. We will know after this battle, but in the meantime, both trainers are resetting their phones, resetting the devices, resetting their connections, making sure that they have the best chance of avoiding any kind of lag or problems in the slightest. Once both trainers are queued back up, we should be able to see what this battle looks like again. Man, I'm yawny sawing it over here. Let's see if we have any updates on this side. It looks like one trainer is locked in. Killy Boy is ready for the battle to begin. And we're waiting on Eevee. Eevee was the one who was having connectivity issues, so we are expecting that to go a little bit longer. But that's okay. Once the trainer is ready, that is when we will be able to jump in. Mm. All right. Still waiting on that reconnect from Eevee. And I would do the same thing. If I was waiting for, if I had connectivity issues, I'd want to make sure that everything was reset on my end. While we are waiting, we could still check out Zygarden. We'll see if there's any changes in any of the other battles. Interesting. Looks like no one else has submitted anything yet. It looks like both all the other battles are still being battled out to see who's making it on to the semifinals. Only one we know for sure right now is Executor moving on into this slot right here as the winner of 66. I think I'm going to take a nap after this. Oh my goodness. Whew, I am feeling it for sure. Those hours are catching up to me. We're just a little bit away from this reconnect again. The Killy Boys locked in. Evie is getting their phone figured out. But yeah, having a good time. Will Cujo, I noticed that you didn't sign up. Tell me, Will, why? Why were you not participating in the Johto remix today? Didn't like your Johto mons? Working. That's right. You did tell me. My bad. Hashtag free will. I agree. We should all just be professional Pokemon trainers. If I had one wish, I would wish that everyone who wanted to could be a professional Pokemon player and not have to work. They could just do Pokemon and make tons of money and be super happy. Put me on Saturdays again. I remember you told me, yeah, it's going to affect like regionals and community days and stuff like that. Oh, what a shame. Hopefully they're able to fix that sometime soon. We can't have you missing those events, buddy. I'm excited for them too. Everyone in the chat going to Worlds, by the way. Speaking of events, the next event is the World Championships. Is anyone in this chat going to Worlds? Always switch back on over to this. Oh, I know what's happening. Hold on. Hang tight. Let's make sure this is muted. There we go. Killy Boy on the left. Evie locking in their team on the right. Ad watcher Brandon, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Just got your spectator denial email yesterday. Oh, Cujo, sorry to hear that, man. I'm going to miss you there. It's going to be such a fun time. First time chatter said, let's go Killy Boy, my Belgian hero. Oh, Killy Boy, you got some fans. I know you can't hear me right now, but Killy Boy, you got some fans in the stands. Evie locking on in. Their screen is up. They are making sure they have the right team. They're locked in. There it is. And we have Evie versus Killy Boy in this battle. It is once again Junpluff versus Dunsparce. Let's see how this plays out. We see that Shadow Tyranitar is in the back, and we've been excited to see the Shadow Tyranitar play in the tournament. Killy Boy farms up to an Acrobatics, does give the full send of the Acrobatics. Evie using the first shield immediately and not wanting to take that at all. Again, we see the same play from Killy Boy as we did before, but this time, here comes the Shadow Tyranitar, which is a menace and can do some heavy, heavy damage so long as it's not up against the wrong Pokemon. Killy Boy throws the Ice Beam, but Evie chooses not to shield, and this Ice Beam will do some massive damage to the Tyranitar. Evie thought that they were calling a bait. Instead, they took the full Ice Beam, and Shadow Tyranitar is not looking to take that kind of damage. Instead, we are looking at a potential double throw and dip, dive, and die from this Tyranitar, who is not going to be making it through any further than this Miltank. Miltank should be able to get the farm down from here and leave with a lot of energy in an even shields match where there is a Jumpluff in the back. Now, do you shield? No. Killyboy's choosing not to shield. You have all this extra energy they got from making that Ice Beam choice against the Tyranitar, and instead is going to invest this shield into their own Jumpluff and their Furret, because now we have the Jumpluff mirror matchup again, where Acrobatics is going to do heavy damage to both trainers. The only difference is that Killyboy's Jumpluff has already taken enough damage where one Acrobatics is going to threaten enough that a energy ball would knock out from there. Killyboy still chooses to take the Acrobatics anyway. If Eevee, oh wait, maybe not. Maybe not. I thought it was a little bit more. I think that Killyboy still would have to take a second Acrobatics. And Killyboy knows this. Here comes the energy ball. Will this be enough? Will Killyboy be able to get out a move here? It does hold on. It can one and throw, looking for that shield. Eevee deciding and choosing not to take the shield, also calls the bait correctly this time. Out goes that energy ball, and they're looking to both swap into their normal types, who both have farmed up a decent amount of energy. Dunsparce goes for the drill run. Can the drill run do enough damage here to really start to make Killyboy wonder, can I win this? No. And Killyboy going for the Trailblaze instead of the tripling down on the Swifts, wants to make sure those fast attacks are doing as much damage as possible, knows how bulky Dunsparce can be. With that, these fast attacks are going to start to hurt a lot. You're going to want to see a shield here, just like Killyboy did to protect against this drill run, knowing that the Dunsparce is going to get to another drill run, and if you can just farm down with the sucker punches, you should stand a chance to win this. Eevee going for a rock slide, worried that maybe they'd catch on the Jumpluff, but there's no catch there. Killyboy really has to make sure they know their energy correctly and does not get the catch on, and Eevee doesn't get the catch on their Jumpluff, because that's still a possibility for Eevee to pull out a win if they can catch this Swift on the Jumpluff. They do catch the Swift. That means that Furret is going to be down a lot of energy that it really needed against that Dunsparce. But here we go. Out comes the Swift from the Furret onto the Jumpluff. It looks like we've got now lag on the opposing side. Killyboy is currently locked into a lag. They have weak connection of their own. Both trainers experiencing weak connections, and I want to just remind the audience that this is the connection of their own phones on their own side. But wait a second. Again, we had a little bit of a lag there. And we see the Furret go down from Eevee's perspective. Killyboy still trying to catch back up and is unable to see that their Furret is already dead. Out comes the Jumpluff, who's not going to be making any moves at all. And goes down. This is going to be an interesting choice. We now have two trainers who have both experienced weak connection at the ends of the battles. And I don't know if it's going to make a difference. I don't know if either battle can now be called in either direction. Let's see what the judges say. Eevee is just queuing up the next battle, knowing that regardless, there is another battle. Well, it looks like Killyboy is going to talk to the referees to see what we're going to do. Man, these are some close battles, and the weak connection that either trainer is having on their own sides in their own parts of the world simultaneously is really unfortunate. Dez is in the chat. Dez, welcome to the stream. What's going on? Hope you're having a great time and just a great day in general. Let's see what these trainers end up deciding, or what the judges decide, rather. We'll give these trainers and the judges a moment to figure it out. Oval Raikou, I'm sure you're seeing their conversation in that one chat. Looks like they're having the conversation, not privately. In the meantime, let's see if there's any Zygarden updates. Still no entry from Spooky Mafia or Zaid or KWA Legend and Nimble Dragon LKJ. All right. It looks like the judges have ruled on both battles already. So we can get back on over to this screen. Killy Boy is going to take the round 1 win. So this asterisk goes away. However, round 2 is going to be a rematch due to the lag at the end. The judges are saying it's a combination of CatchCon and lost turns and a few of the things that do give a viable chance that Killy Boy could have won that battle. So they are looking to rematch right now for this round 2. Uh-oh. All right, here we go. We got both trainers on the screen, locked and loaded. This is your round 2 rematch. Eevee still needs to win this battle if they want to go to a round 3, while Killy Boy just needs to win this to move on to the semifinals. It looks like they're in 2 different battles. It looks like they both sent. So they're going to need to back out and resend. Looks like they both sent the battle to each other. Eevee did a rematch from the last one, and Killy Boy resent it because they backed out entirely. All right, here we go. Killy Boy locked in. Eevee also locked in. It is your round 2 battle of the top cut. And it looks like, yeah, we have the exact same teams. Let's see if it plays out any differently this time. Jumpluff versus Dunsparce. So once more, Dunsparce is hitting with that super effective rock moves. You have the rollout as the fast attack. You have the rock slide as the charge attack. And they are going to do super effective damage against this Jumpluff. But Dunsparce is not known for being a massively heavy hitter. So even though they're super effective, they're not going to do an insane amount of damage to this Jumpluff, who is also very bulky. Now, that acrobatics That is going to do some pretty decent neutral damage into the Dunsparce. However, on the second rollout from Eevee's Dunsparce, Killyboy is able to catch it onto the Miltank. Back comes out this Miltank versus Tyranitar matchup. And on the last one, we saw that Killyboy threw the Ice Beam and Eevee called it as a bait. This time around, Killyboy did throw the bait, and Eevee said, I'm not going to fall for 2 Ice Beams, not knowing that that second Ice Beam was not on its way until right now. This Ice Beam threatens the knockout, and Eevee would lose all the energy. No, Eevee's Tyranitar is able to hold on just barely, has so much energy here on their Shadow Tyranitar, enough that they're able to throw back-to-back moves. Killyboy knows this, sacrifices their Dunsparce, and out comes the Furret, who's doing not very effective sucker punches into this Rock and Dark type Tyranitar. Tyranitar throws the heavy hitting Stone Edge, gets on over to the Eevee switches on over to Dunsparce because Killyboy switches on over to the Jump Bluff, saving that Tyranitar for a potential catch later. Down goes Dunsparce to an Acrobatics, and now it is Jump Bluff versus Jump Bluff, while Killyboy still has about 40% of a Furret, and Eevee only has a catchable Tyranitar. This is going to be very interesting due to the fact that Killyboy is up in energy, up in HP, and up in the match at the current moment. They're running mirror Pokemon. Acrobatics is going to be an interesting battle out to see. You don't want those catches to happen for either trainer. They're both waiting. They're both making sure that neither trainer gets a catch. Here we go. The first. Wow. That did a lot. That did so much. But okay, Killyboy chooses to take the Acrobatics and basically sacrifices the Jump Bluff, but in doing so is able to get out an attack on the Furret, but it's not going to matter because the Jump Bluff is able to knock out Killyboy's Pokemon, meaning that Eevee wins the battle, and we are looking at a decisive Game 3. That was a lot. A lot just happened there. The bait call, or the throwing the bait and not having it, and having it called, and then not throwing the bait and having it not called. You know what I mean with the body slam, or with the body slam and the Ice Beam on the Miltank versus Tyranitar matchup. I'm surprised that Killyboy took the Acrobatics there when Killyboy was at such an advantage at the moment. Interesting play choice. It did end up costing Killyboy the match, which means we are looking at a decisive Game 3. Mighty Anna in the chat for anyone that plays the Pokemon community game. I'm going to use a Great Ball. No, I'm not. I don't have a Great Ball. I thought I did, but I don't. I'm going to use a regular Pokeball and try to catch this thing. 1-1 apiece. Who's going to make it out into the semifinals? Who is going to be fighting for that $100 cash prize? Someone's gotta, right? Well, Raikou wants that Mighty Anna in the chat, going for the Pokecatch Ultra Ball. Both trainers going over their teams, thinking about what's the best play, deciding where they want to go. Killyboy has locked in. Eevee is making the final decisions. What Pokemon you bring to this battle could be the difference between $100 and being the winner of the Johto tournament or going home, which you're probably already in your houses right now, but that's not the point. Oh, Oval Raikou catches the Mighty Anna. Unfortunately, I do not, but that's okay. Oval Raikou, you cherish that Mighty Anna. You look that Mighty Anna in the face and say, you know what, Mighty Anna? I cherish you. Do that for me. I feel like I need to stretch, but it's a fitted suit. And I'm going to fucking rip this thing if I do. It's fitted too well. I'm too strong. See that? That's called I haven't been to the gym this year. We are waiting on Eevee still to lock in their team. You know, rip the rental. It's not a rental. I own this. The pants are over there. If you know what I mean. There we go. We were locked in. 2 trainers are locked in. Only one will make it on to the semifinals. Both want to see themselves in the competition yet again. We have ourselves Eevee versus Killyboy with a Shadow Tyranitar versus Furret. Eevee making an exceptional call here. Getting that Furret aligned with the Tyranitar is huge because those Sucker Punches are not doing anything against this Shadow Tyranitar, while Shadow Tyranitar is getting a lot of energy built up and getting ready to start throwing some of these charge attacks. Killyboy does throw the Trailblaze, is able to get a shield out of Eevee because Eevee did not want to see that super effective Trailblaze, but is unable to get to a second move. That Stone Edge does knock out the Furret, and now Eevee is looking for potentially 2 Stone Edges. If they're able to squeeze this out, a second Stone Edge would be a disaster for Killyboy if Eevee can squeeze their way to it, but I don't know if it's going to make it. It would have been far too close. So instead, Eevee pivots on over to their Dunsparce, still throwing super effective charge attacks, but now also throwing super effective fast attacks. But this Aeroblast is going to do over 50% of the Dunsparce's remaining, or almost 50% of the Dunsparce's remaining health. When you add in the Fairy Winds, one more Aeroblast will be enough to handle this Dunsparce. On the side of Killyboy, though, choosing not to shield the Rock Slide, and that does bring Jumpluff down to under half at the same time that Dunsparce is now down to under half HP. Another Acrobatics comes through. It does a lot of damage into the Dunsparce, and then Killyboy swaps on over into their Miltank, not wanting to waste any more energy on their Jumpluff. Here comes the drill run into the Miltank. Miltank takes it pretty comfortably. Could go for the farm down instead, knowing that there's probably a Jumpluff in the back. Wanted to make sure that these Ice Beams were ready for the Jumpluff. Eevee had to make a very difficult call. Is it the Ice Beam? Is it not? Goes for the shield, but it was not. It was the Body Slam. Once this Ice Beam connects, it's going to do heavy damage, and both trainers are locked into this matchup. Neither have anywhere they can go. So, Killyboy choosing to take this energy ball. It's not going to do enough to knock out. Getting really close to, oh my goodness. I think Killyboy might have bit off more than they could have. I think Killyboy is now going to be at a point where Eevee's going to be able to swap out and go for the catch. No, just barely, just in the nick of time, Killyboy is able to get this Ice Beam into the Jumpluff before Jumpluff can swap out. Jumpluff is still hanging on, but instead is going to get hit with a combo charge attack play. 1 Ice Beam, 1 Body Slam, takes out the Jumpluff, and now all that remains is the Tyranitar and the 1 HP Dunsparce. Eevee getting it down to 1 HP as well on the Tyranitar. That is all that that Eevee has left is 1 HP Pokemon. 1 HP on Dunsparce, 1 HP on Tyranitar. Is 1 HP enough to win an entire battle, though? Here comes the Brutal Swing. A stab Brutal Swing into a very bulky Jumpluff is not enough to knock it out, but does Dunsparce have enough to get to that final move? It does not. Dunsparce goes down. Killyboy's Jumpluff lives, and Killyboy wins the match, moving on to the semifinals. Whoo! What a battle. What a series of battles. 2 battles with weak connection. So many just incredible moments. Wow. Wow. Have I said wow yet? Can I throw this in there for you? I'm going to say something to you. Wow. That was amazing. The bait, again, using the Miltank and baiting with it, Killyboy was on fire, using their Miltank to bait properly against Eevee and the Tyranitar, as well as then against Eevee's Jumpluff. Amazing games all across the board, Simon. I could not agree more. I could not agree more. Let's see if there's any update on the top cut. We do have an update. Nimble Dragon LKJ gave KWA Legend their first and only loss of the whole tournament, knocking them out. That just goes to show you can 5-0 in the bracket, but if you lose in round 6, if you lose in the top cut, you are still out of the match. Nimble moving on up. Spooky Mafia versus Zaid. They are still figuring it out. We saw already that Executor won the battle against Dink, and as you just saw on screen, Killy Boy won against Eevee. We're going to wait for the next queue up. We might just queue into the next battle right away, into this bracket 69, while we're waiting for this one to be decided, just so we can keep things moving along. So we'll see two trainers on the screen yet again. Executor versus Killy Boy, if that is the route we choose to go. Here are your... That's not right. Oh, this is some of your placements. I see. I got it. I'm smart. I'm a little bit smart. Just a little bit, though. So we'll go ahead and we will queue that up. That was sweaty. Oh my gosh, it was so sweaty, wasn't it, Skidoo? Beatrix Skidoo, thanks for being a first-time chatter, by the way. Welcome on in. That was so sweaty. There was such great battles. It really came down to bait calls and 1 HP on both trainer sides in multiple cases with multiple different Pokemon simultaneously. I still think that was crazy at the very end that for Eevee, it came down to 2 Pokemon that both only had 1 HP, and they just had to take down that one last Pokemon, but the two of them combined, even with their 2 HP collective, could not take down the Jumpluff. I've been sitting here this whole time not charging my phone like an idiot. Looks like we're actually going to instead be waiting for round 65 or bracket grouping 65 to finish up. And then we're going to put those two on screen since we did just see that Killy Boy was on screen. We're going to give them a little bit of a break so they're not stuck on screen the whole time, since the remaining trainers that are still in this match have yet to be on screen recently. Well, in fact, no, none of them. None of the trainers that are going to be in this next battle, Nimble Dragon, LKJ, or either Spooky Mafia or Zaid, have been on stream at all. So we're going to see 2 fresh faces on stream, and then we'll see the battle between Executor and Killy Boy, and then we will see the final round. I don't blame them, though. I could use a break, too. Almost there. So we're going to wait here and see if anything happens, changes, or goes through. Just waiting on that final match, the Spooky Mafia versus Zaid. We see that Shadow Blossom. again making its presence known. And we see, let's see, anything else spicy? Meganium. We've yet to see a Meganium on screen. We haven't even seen a Zoomerl on screen yet either. The rest of these Pokemon, though, we have seen plenty of throughout the day. Someone tell Tandalion to turn off the followers only chat delay. I want to go just tell them to have a good stream. And it says you have to be a follower for 48 hours before you can make your first comment. Tell Tandalion to turn that off. That is egregious. Whoa. My phone is playing random videos. Cool, 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 cool. All right. As soon as this pairing has finished up, we can get our bracket grouping 68 on screen. Should be a good time. Tell me, chat, who do we think is going to win? Talk about the meta, what's working, what is. Oh, I was just pulling it up. You're doing fantastic. You're reading my mind. I was just pulling that up while you were saying that. That's actually kind of crazy you were talking about that. Because I was going to go back here and pull up all that we've seen today. Jumpluff is amazing. We've seen a lot of trainers bring a lot of the same Pokemon. We've seen a lot of Jumpluff. We've seen a lot of Kingdra. We've seen a lot of Dunsparce. There's been a lot of Furret as well. A good number of Miltanks and Raikus. We've seen a lot less Fralliers than I thought we were. A lot less Azumarils than I thought we would. And definitely not enough Ledians. Never enough Ledians. But overall, Jumpluff seems to be the staple going through most teams. Jumpluff, Dunsparce. There's a second Dunsparce. Where are we at? And Furret. Let's count all the Jumpluffs, the Dunsparces, and the Furrets. So 2 Dunsparces, a Jumpluff, and a Furret. So now they're at 3 apiece here, right? And we're just 3 teams in, and they're at 2 apiece already. Another Furret, another Furret, another Furret, another Furret. Do all these teams have Furrets? Oh my goodness. Except for Eevee, the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams all brought Furret. So that's 6 Furrets. And out of those, we've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Jumpluffs as well. And I think 6 Dunsparces. So Dunsparce, Jumpluff, Furret is clearly commanding a lot of these trainers' teams as well. There's another Jumpluff, there's another Furret, and another Furret, another Jumpluff, 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 Furret, Shadow Jumpluff, regular Jumpluff, Furret, Dunsparce, Furret. Man, there are so many of them. That's you. Hey, wait a second. Hey, there he is. That's him. What a handsome guy. I think it's interesting how many Furrets and Jumpluffs and Dunsparces we've seen. Miltank, I want to say, is probably in 4th place for the most used. And then it starts to disperse a little bit. You see your Kingdras and your Miltanks and your, I think just Kingdra and Miltank were then taking the next kind of main spots, leading on into just a plethora from there. We only saw the one Macargo again from Dink. We've seen a lot less Typhlosions that I thought we'd see. We've seen a lot less Fralliers I thought we've seen. We saw a lot less Quillfish, honestly, than I thought we would see. I was 6 week? No, you were beautiful. You were doing a great job. But yeah, what do you guys think were the pivotal Pokemon so far? Obviously, we can tell that the three that everybody brought, Jumpluff, Dunsparce, and Furret, have been complete staples. And that makes me say, I'm surprised we didn't see more counters to Jumpluffs. Things like um, Piloswine. Piloswine would have been really great against most teams due to the fact that most teams have a Jumpluff or anything with a fighting move. I know that Hitmontop is not that good of a Pokemon, but to have a fighting Pokemon knowing that people are going to have at least one of the following three, Furret, Dunsparce, and Miltank, I'm surprised there was not more fighters. Now, Raikou was definitely a contender in there because that Aura Sphere. But I didn't really see anything else that had any fighting moves. Let's see. Was there any Pokemon in here at all that had fighting moves aside from that? Brick Break Furret, I guess, is something you could argue for, that it's the best of both worlds. But if you're looking to just take down the Furrets, take down the Dunsparces, take down the Miltanks, I'm not seeing anything that had anything else other than those two. Ledian with Dynamic Punch. However, Ledian, with it being a bug flying type, was 4 times weak to those rollout moves. So it was a difficult exchange there. Try to see if anyone else had a fighting move. Fighting move. I'm not seeing any other fighting moves at all. Potentially the entire representation of Noctow's a fraud. I think the entire representation of fighting type moves was from those three: Furret, Ledian, and Raikou, which then should be no surprise to anybody why the three of those Pokemon, Furret, Dunsparce, and Miltank, were able to run so freely. They were running with no super effective opposition in a fast attack sense and very, very, very little fast attack or charge attack opposition. Heracross was a sleeper no one utilized. I agree. Heracross would have been great. Who else is another fighter type that probably could have really shined there? Because Heracross would have also resisted or neutralized the rollouts since it's bug fighting. Rollout would have been neutral. Let's see. Who else has a fighting move that would have even been anywhere near good? Okay. Anyone with a fighting move that would have been like, yeah, you missed out on that one. Fighters. Anybody with a fighting move at all? Ampharos can learn Focus Blast, but you're not seeing any of that. Here's something I'm actually really surprised by. There were no Politoads at all. No one. Not a single person brought a Politoad, which is crazy because I definitely expected Politoad to be formidable in this tournament. Couldn't use Umbreon. Couldn't use Fortress. Yeah, Heracross. Hisuian Sneasel, I'm going to say no. Ursaring is another normal type, but I'm pretty sure it gets a fighting move. Let's see. Anyone else with a fighting move is like, wow, can't believe you missed out on that. I mean, Hitmontop's a fighting type, but I think that might be it. I think that, yeah, Heracross is the mono water suck. That's fair. I think Heracross is your most slept on Pokemon in regards to the fact that it also Well, it would have been taking those acrobatics would have been 4 times super effective from the jump lefts. But other than that, I think it would have been like decently good in this cup. I think that might have been the play. Fury Cutter was most slept on, but it was used. Um, was it run with Fury Cutter? I haven't seen it with Fury Cutter. I think it was on Bullet Punch the only time I saw it. I think so. Executor. I think that Heracross was just like he was him and could have been quite the go-to, but unfortunately was not used. Not one person brought a Heracross. Not one person brought a Politoed. What else went completely unused that I thought had some play at least? Let's see. We saw Meganium, we saw Typhlosion, we saw Feraligatr, obviously Furret. We saw a Noctowl. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning also towards Noctowl as a fraud. Ledian, we didn't see enough of that. We saw one Ariados. We, of course, saw the Shadow Crobat from Crispy. Lantern made a brief appearance, but not in this meta. Togetic was here. Zatu, didn't see any Zatus, but didn't expect to see any Zatus. Ampharos had made some plays. Blossom made some plays. Azumarill still in the tournament. Politoed is, again, one of those Pokemon that I really cannot believe. That's true. That's potential. Potentially, yeah. That's a good point, Crispy. But we have Politoed. Yeah, I'm just so surprised we didn't see any Politoed at all. Jumpluff, we've seen, obviously one of the staples. No Sunkern, no one expected it. Quagsire, we've seen a couple. They're okay in this meta. No Espeons, but also no Espeons, no surprise. We saw one Murkrow, but it didn't get to see any like actual play. We have seen a Galarian Slowking. We see one Girafarig. We've seen a lot of Dunsparce. We see some Gligar. No Granbulls at all. Not surprised, but also if you had said, hey, I'm bringing a Granbull, I would have been like, wow, that's incredibly crazy. I can't believe you did that. Especially with the fact that the two steel types, Steelix and Fortress, were both banned. The fact that the fairy type Granbull didn't make any kind of uprise from there is interesting. You did obviously have on the opposite side the Quillfish and the Scizor, who would have been devastating to Granbull, but we've only seen like 2 Quillfish and we've only seen like 1 or 2 Scizors. So Granbull wasn't really out of the game entirely. Heracross, slept on, completely slept on. Sneasel, neither of them. I mean, they both can get to the Great League, but I wouldn't put money on them. Ursaring, didn't see it. Again, one of those Pokemon that's like, I'm not surprised we didn't see it, but also I wouldn't have been blown away if you're like, whoa, you brought an Ursaring? You're crazy. Macargo, yeah, thought we would have saw more Macargo as well. Thought we would have seen more Piloswine. We've seen a decent amount of Galarian Corsola. No Octillery, but let me tell you something. Octillery is ass. I used Octillery in a booster battle pack thing. And it did not do well. Delibird is no. Mantine is another one that we've seen some. I wish we would have seen more. Mantine's pretty good. Skarmory, however, we saw 0 as well. No true surprise there. Skarmory hasn't been in its prime in a very long time. But yeah, I don't know. Thought we would see maybe at least one. Houndoom, also 0 Houndooms. Interesting choices there. 0 Donphans, but Donphan was not expected to be good. Kingdra's good. No Porygon 2. Now that could have been a fun pick. A Porygon 2. I would have liked to have seen at least one doing something crazy there. Were there no Houndooms? Or did I miss a Houndoom? Take me to the Houndooms. Take me to the Dooms. Yeah, there were no Houndooms. The amount of Houndooms were 0. Well, obviously, that's what I was saying. I was like, I didn't think so. Anyway, Kingdra, obviously, great. Donphan is not good. Porygon 2 could have been fun spice. Hitmontop. I mean, a fighter was needed in this battle. And if you're going to sleep on Heracross, you can't then also sleep on Hitmontop. Too many normal types to not have some sort of fighting coverage. Miltank we've seen plenty of. And then obviously, no surprise, no Blissey. We didn't see any Entei. We saw some Suicunes. We saw 2 Shadow Suicunes, of which there were none on screen. So we didn't really get to see how they played out. We have seen some Raikus, and some Raikus have been doing well with those Aura Spheres. They've been hitting pretty decently. They've been a good answer for these normal types. We just saw a Tyranitar a few minutes ago. We did see a Lugia. Crispy bought a Lugia, and we haven't seen any Ho-Ohs. Ho-Oh's another one that I'm like, interesting, we haven't seen any at all. Missed opportunity for no baby Pokemon. I know. I didn't see a single Togepi. You know what? Anyone that brought Tyrogue actually could have had a chance. Imagine you brought Tyrogue as your normal type counter, and it worked because you brought a baby Pokemon. That'd been crazy. I really like to see a team of someone have registered with a team of just baby Pokemon. Of just, let's make a team here. Magby, Elekid, Tyrogue, and then Togepi, Pichu, and then do I want Cleffa or Igglybuff? I don't know. Smoochum. Smoochum, Elekid, Magby, unironically good moveset. Maybe we'll have to do a baby cup. No, we can't do that. It's not a baby Pokemon. Maybe we'll do a Little League tournament one of these days. One of these days. In the meantime, any chance that this battle has ended between Spooky Mafia and Zaid? Still nothing. Still nothing from these two. They're still battling it out. I'm assuming there was some disputes of some kind, but who's to say? They all get to 1500. Which of those Pokemon don't get to 1500? Of the baby Pokemon, who does not get there? Let's see. Where are the babies? Show me the babies. Where are the babies? Here we go. Okay. Pichu maxes out at 542 at level 51. Cleffa, 768. Igglybuff, 613. Yeah, none of these guys were getting any close. Togepi at 752. None of the first half babies are making it there. Even with their legacy moves, they're not doing anything. On the other side of 200, the other baby Pokemon. Where are they? Skarmory, Houndoom, Kingdra, Phanpy. Where are the babies? Here we go. Tyrogue also does not make it. Smoochum, 1477 at a 4-star, level 51, so it's buddy boosted. 1477. Elekid at a 4-star, buddy boosted, is at 1380. And then Magby at a 4-star, level 51, buddy boosted at 1514. So only those three get even close, but that's only if you are at buddy boosted. You can only buddy boost one of these at a time. So I don't know. Might want to invest that buddy boost into the Elekid. since it only makes it to 1380 with level 51 buddy boost. Continuing on, though. Let's see. Oh, there's a Pikachu in the chat. I missed that. Good catch. Mystic Sparkle, I agree. We do need a Little Cup tournament. Little Cup's the best cup. Everyone knows that. No one's denying it. Anyone's denying it is lying to themselves, because everyone knows that best cup, that the best cup is Little Cup, and that Little Cup is the best cup. Oh man, I wish we could do one. But the next one we're doing in August is going to be an Open Great League. It's like a practice tournament, essentially, if you're going to Worlds. Maybe after Worlds. Ooh. Maybe. Stick around, find out. Could be a thing we do. Anybody got an update on the Spooky Mafia versus Zaid battle? Doesn't look like it. Man, I wish I had some of my fun gags and cutaways. I just didn't have enough time. September is the most popular birthday month, so lots of babies. That's true. In my family, in the Zoin household, which is my last name if you guys never knew that, and now you know. There is, on my dad's side, he is one of four, and every person, him and all of his siblings each had W-Docs. Him and his siblings each had at least two kids, most of which, half of which had three. So we have me and my sister. I have one of my aunts has three children. The other aunt had three children, and the uncle had two children. So a lot of cousins. They're also, a lot of them are having kids right now as well. We've all a very large family on my dad's side. And almost all of them are born in September. My dad's in September. My sister's in September. My aunt's in September. My uncle's in September. Their mother was in September. My cousin's first kid's in September. We have so many September babies. It's either September or February. In my family tree, 95% of the people who are born into my family tree are born in September or February. So they're very busy birthday months for all of us. But it's also when, and Mystic Sparkle is also a September baby. Pretty cool. Here, stand by. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta ask the mods about something. Got a mod question for you. Missy Sparkle, September what? What is your birthday? I want to remember it for the next 5 minutes and then forget entirely because I have the worst memory. September 12th, 3 days before my sister's birthday. And that's what I'll use to tell you I'm going to remember it. But I probably won't because I'm just terrible with that shit. I'm awful with that stuff. Oh. Yeah, my grandmother's was the 10th and my sister's is the 15th. and you're right in the middle. So Mrs. Sparrow isn't your sister? Not by blood. But don't forget, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Some of you may not know the full phrase and just think that blood is thicker than water. But the full phrase is that the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, meaning that the bonds that you choose to create are stronger than the ones that you are born into. You learned something today. Crispy has a confession. You know your grandma's birthday? Mods, get this guy. Someone get this guy. He doesn't even know his own grandma's birthday. Oh, hell no. Priest Greg is back. Crispy, I will bless you. I will bless you with my holy water, but it's not going to be water, and there's going to be a lot of holes. James Bond is stronger than a newborn. That's what I got out of that. Luke Superstar, you got it. May 7th did you well because you understood exactly what I was saying. James Bond could beat the fuck out of any newborn. All right. We are still waiting on this update. I really wonder what happened. Like, I want to know what happened with the spooky Zayd matchup that caused it to be so delayed. But we are still waiting and watching and waiting and wait watching. And we're watching our weight while we're at it. Which was a newborn. I wish I could start again. If I could start again knowing what I know now, it'd be over. It'd be over for this world. I'd be too powerful. I think I can guess why. So that way he can obviously like legally poop his pants. Duh. What other reason would there be? I can't think of any. Can't think of any at all. Not even one. Not even a single thought. Too much milk tank here giving me flashbacks. I'd like the record to show that what you are referring to is your own mother. That's disgusting. I raised you better than that. I'm going to the church and I'm going to tell them all that you said that. I'm letting them know. I ruined it. Good. Yeah. Think about it. You want to return it to a baby again? Huh? You want to goo goo gaga milk tank with your 25 to 30-year-old consciousness? Think that one through. You idiots. You got to put yourself up for adoption first and then pursue that. These guys just don't get it. I just don't know. There's a smart way to do it. Gotta be. When it comes to that, that's in like my top 5 favorite things in the world. You think I'm always a few steps ahead on that kind of plan? Come on. Get it together, folks. All I would do is I would place a wicker basket on the doorstep, get in the basket, ring Sydney Sweeney's doorbell, and then turn into the baby. Obviously. There's a plan here. Hope we get adopted by a single father. Great. Crispy, you're hoping that they're a single father. You're wishing that upon this man, that they couldn't find a partner? Is that what you want for somebody out there? For them to not have love? Crispy? You disgust me. Can't believe you'd say such a thing. Check Zygarden. Still waiting. Still waiting on that matchup to finish. I'm going to ask them. As soon as I see them, I'm going to ask them. Whoever wins, just know I'm going to roast them a little bit. Be like, hey, why did this take you an hour? And they'll be like, oh, because of this reasonable thing. And I'm going to go, oh, well, I guess. Yeah, it's a Miltank appreciation stream, obviously, because we have just so many Miltanks. Lag in the last match. Is the last match unlagged? Is it over? Have we found ourselves to the other side just yet? Let me check real quick. Is it too late to realize we didn't do any predictions? I realized that in the middle of last round. And was going to queue it up for this next one. Unless you want to. If you can queue them up, that would also be great. I'd be totally fine if you were in charge of predictions. But in the middle of the last battle, I went, we didn't do that once, did we? W mind? I like when your brain cells and my brain cells do that thing where they kind of like, they become one. Gotta fix the hair. Think about just going completely bald and then shaving this off as well. What do you think? Just bare facing it, bare skull in it. It wouldn't be the skull of a bear. It would be. I personally threw versus Ozito. Thought there was a prediction. Oh, that makes so much more sense. I thought you were trying your hardest and got your ass handed to you. But it was just a prediction thing. I see. Yep, they're talking about lag in the last set. A wild Silcoon's in the chat. Pokemon community game, exclamation point, Pokecatch. You want that Silcoon. Get yourself a Beautifly. Pretty fly for a Buta. I'll even throw my hat into the ring. An event spawn. That's right. Okay. I think that means that they're just about done. If that final match lag is completed, maybe, possibly, maybe. It's close. It got to be close. I mean, this might be the longest match in the history of Pokemon. They might want to reach out to Guinness World Record. Oh my goodness, Crispy caught the Silcoon. Crispy. W catch. Closing all these things back down. I love disputes. Who doesn't? Dink! Dink, buddy, what happened in your match? I saw that you ended up going 0-2. Dink, talk to us. What happened? I got buffalo chicken pizza. It's kind of mid. What do I do? You eat anyway. I had that for dinner last night. I had barbecue chicken pizza last night. I'm not even joking. Mine was good though. So, I mean, if you want to, I still have some left over. If you want to come over and have some with me, and I trade you. I give you a slice. You cut me a slice, if you know what I mean. Slice that ass. You got Raikou. Raikou's a menace. Raikou do be Raikouin. I'd avenge you, Dink, but I went 06. Did you go 05? Or did you go 06 and then drop? Like you went like you lost. No, because you won a battle against Ozito. So you had to go on. Do you go 05? Like for real, for real? Like for real, for real, for real, for real? Let's go look at Crispy. So the same guy that knocked out Dink knocked out Crispy. And then the one who we're waiting on took out Crispy. And then Spacebar knocked out Crispy. And then Crispy won a battle here, but Ozito then knocked out Crispy. And then the C10, who was on stream earlier, took out Crispy. So I gotta tell you, Crispy, I think you crushed it. I think potentially, Crispy, you were the MVP. You didn't come in last, at least. That's for sure. You're just underneath Superboy. So, Obi helped you team build coincidentally triple week to Raikou. Isn't that convenient? Can we get a gunshot for the camera? A what? A gunshot? You get a shotgun? That'd be great. What's a gunshot? 5 times a week to pile of swine. You probably don't want to do that. Also, K-God, welcome on into the stream. So glad to have you here. But tell me, what is a gunshot for the camera? Crispy, let me look at that team. Show me that team. Let me see that team. Crobat. It's weak to Pylo, yeah. Lugia. Yeah, that's weak to Pylo. Blossom. It's weak to Pylo. And then Double Electric. Kind of weak to Pylo. Oh my gosh, we finally have. It's been done. It's finally done. The first round of Top Cut is finally over. 2 minutes before submission. Well, Crispy, it shows. It really shows. Okay, it's finally done. Now we have Nimble Dragon, LKJ versus Spooky Mafia. Rumor has it K-God has fathered 13 children in this community, right behind Greg, who is allegedly at 17. I'm making triple digits one day. I'll get up there eventually. But for now, we do battle. And oh my goodness, is it good to get back to battling. Nimble versus Spooky. Spooky Mafia. Spooky Mafia versus Nimble. Have we seen this battle before? Somewhere? Was that the last one we were on before? No, it was Nimble and Zaid. That's who it was. All right. So, Spooky Mafia versus Nimble. Ozito can have a few more. Spooky Mafia versus Nimble. Let's talk about these teams real quick. On the side of Spooky Mafia. Oh, damn it. I fucked it up. On the side of Spooky Mafia, we have, again, Jumpluff, which we've seen time and time again today. Miltank, another staple. Furret, another staple. All that Spooky Mafia is missing is Dunsparce, and they will have the 4 most brought Pokemon. But they don't have a Pokemon that's not very commonly seen. The next in the tiers of commonness is Kingdra. So you see that Shadow Kingdra is also on the team. And then they brought a Shadow Typhlosion and a Meganium. We haven't seen Meganium on stream yet. We did see that Kurtzig brought a Meganium, but we did not see Meganium used on stream. So I'm excited to see if that plays out. Now, on the side of Nimble Dragon LKJ, we do have a Raikou, which, as Dink just expressed, was a problem for his team. And we've seen it be pretty good as well. It's one of the only 3 Pokemon with a fighting attack in a heavy normal type meta. You have Jumpluff again. You have Shadow Piloswine, which Shadow Piloswine is going to be good for these Jumpluffs and for that Meganium. We have our first ever Azumarill making its way onto the screen, potentially also showcasing that Ice Beam into a Pokemon like Jumpluff and like Meganium, or a Hydro Pump if it brought it against the Typhlosion. We don't know what moveset that Azumarill is on. We see an Ariados, which we've only seen one Ariados before, and I think Ariados has some play, but we see too many rock type users that Ariados kind of finds itself in a little bit of a corner, and then they also have brought a Miltank. So, hey, what's bueno? Welcome to the stream. Oh, welcome back to the stream. Wrong. That's the wrong bracket. I thought someone said that we updated the stuff. Okay. Hold on. Whoopsie. Was that Nightbot? Hey, it's bueno. 2-0 League Greg. Commands. Tourney. Bracket. Okay. It's been updated. Now bracket works correctly as well. Boom. All right. Much better. So we're just waiting for these trainers to enter into the chats so we can get them on the screens. We get these battles going. Let's see. Find your opponent. Anybody know at Spooky Mafia and at Nimble? The stream queue. waiting for these trainers to get into the queue or into the Discord, and then once they're there, we're able to put them on screen and get these battles going. Like I know everyone wants to see because we've been waiting around for a hot minute. When was the last time we saw a battle? Too long ago. It's been too long indeed. It's been, oh my gosh, it's been over an hour. That's crazy. I've been sitting here just yapping, trying to keep going for over an hour. We need some battles. We need some content. We need to participate and see who's going to win the $100 prize. I want to know. You want to know. We all want to see some battles. And I could use a real meal for the day. So we are farmers. Bum, 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 bum. You know? I just don't know what's going on. Let me see if this has any kind of update for us. We're going to wait here for just a moment. I'm not doing GBL later. Not today. I'm not streaming it at least. I need to rest. I definitely need to rest. So give me just a moment. I'm going to see what's going on with our trainers, and then we're going to get back to our stream. Wow. Wild Dragon Air in the chat. Exclamation point Pokey Catch. How do you check your inventory? Catch, shop, raid. How do you know what you have? I guess you, I don't know. Oh well. Oh, already gone. Nice, Jack. Good purchase. Good purchase. Okay. So it looks like we have some updates with the trainers. Give me just 1 second. Let's get on over to our battling screen. Where we have 2 trainers. And I don't know what happens to their things. Oh, I know what happened. There we go. I guess that affects all my screens. Good, good, good. Cool, 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 cool. Great, 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 great. Awesome. It's currently Jack. Oh, there we go. Jack, how's that sock feel? Tell me it's good. So we got 1 trainer queued up. We're waiting on the second one to get their screen up and loaded. As soon as we see both trainers, we can then get these battles finally started. Have you used a lot today? Is it crunchy, or is it like just, is it dripping? I guess is the best way to put it. Okay, no, that's fair. That's a reasonable sock condition given the state of the day. Jack, I have a question for you. Why were you not a part of the Johto tournament? I think you would have had a Johto time, a grand old Johto time. I think we have. I think we finally have our trainers queuing up their streams. And this is going to be interesting. Oh, I'm going to have fun with this, I guess. Hold on. Okay. And then this. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. I think Spooky Mafia is running on a different device. So we're going to do the best we can with that. But Spooky Mafia is locked in, and we will see if Nimble Dragon, once they are ready, if they're locked in, and we can get this going. To commit to, unfortunately, Jack, I understand that. I get that, and I respect that, and hopefully you can join us for the next one. That one's going to be a lot of fun. I'm just calling right now. We have a little bit of a lag issue from Nimble Dragon. We have a different device from Spooky Mafia. We have 2 interesting choices here, but you know what? We're going to play it out to the end. We have Typhlosion versus Pile of Swine in this first matchup of the semifinals. Immediately, Nimble Dragon switches on over to their Miltank, trying to get some good farm into the Typhlosion. And it looks like Spooky Mafia lagged out for a moment. There were a lot of fast attacks going through on the side of Nimble Dragon that did not go through for Spooky Mafia. We may see some sort of dispute there, but for now, we're going to play it out to the end. Nimble Dragon throwing the Thunderbolt, and it does connect with the Furret. Spooky Mafia choosing not to shield this Furret at all, and instead going to get farmed down after this next rollout from Miltank connects. Down goes Furret. It does lose a bit of energy, but back comes out now. Spooky Mafia's Jumpluff. Jumpluff is going to take both of these moves decently. Not going to do a super amount of damage, but also isn't going to be the end of the world. Really trying to avoid that pile of swine into the Typhlosion. Now it seems that we have a freeze on the visuals from Nimble Dragon. But we're still going to see if we can play it out to the end. We now see Typhlosion come back out for Spooky Mafia. Is going to go for the Thunder Punch. It does connect to the Azumarill. They both have both shields remaining. Neither trainer has used a shield. However, it is looking like Spooky Mafia is going to get farmed down by this Azumarill's bubbles once these shields start coming into play. Spooky Mafia unable to get to that final Thunder Punch, and now it is Jumpluff with 2 energy balls looking to take down this Azumarill. Azumarill goes down, but here comes that pile of swine. It is going to have more than enough firepower to fast attack down this Jumpluff, giving Nimble Dragon the round 1 win. However, we do know there's probably going to be some sort of a dispute. So, let's let that queue up. And let's see if either of the trainers say if they need to restart the battle. How exciting. A very exciting battle. Okay, good. And good. Okay. Let's see what they end up saying. If this will be a round 1 win or if we're going to be redoing round 1. Rematch agreed. Okay, the trainers have agreed to a rematch, which means this will be still your first round. No one will take a round 1 win just yet. We're going to see a rematch happen here. So that first one essentially just didn't count. Here we go. Instead, we have both trainers locked in, ready to go. Spooky Mafia versus Nimble Dragon. It is once again Typhlosion versus Pile of Swine. They've chosen the same teams for the rematch. Immediately swaps to the Miltank again. We saw this play earlier. And here comes out the Furret once more. This time, Furret not missing any of those fast attacks. Will that be enough to change the outcome of the game, though? Nimble Dragon going for a Thunderbolt, connects to the Furret and brings it just barely above half of their HP remaining, but when you add in the rollouts, they are now down to the yellow. One more Thunderbolt, and the rollouts should be able to farm down the rest of this Furret. But first, Furret gets up a Swift, and now Furret only needs one more Swift to take out this Miltank. Furret gets to that Swift. Nimble Dragon decides to not invest a shield into this and sacrifices the rest of their Miltank, wanting to make sure that, again, that they keep that Piloswine away from the Typhlosion. Those Incinerates are going to do far too much damage. We have Piloswine going for the charge attack priority and getting the Icicle Spear out. Down goes the Furret in the process. So now Typhlosion is going to come back out and start doing some heavy damage. Instead, that first Incinerate is caught onto the Azumarill. So the Azumarill absorbs the Incinerate damage, but now has to take on a Jump Bluff, whereas that type disadvantage with this Pokemon in its fast attack sense, but in the charge attacks, both Pokemon have a charge attack that does super effective damage to the opposing team. You have the Energy Ball coming from the Jump Bluff, which is going to do super effective damage against the Azumarill. You have the Ice Beam from the Azumarill. It's going to do super effective damage against the Jump Bluff. The differences here is that Jump Bluff is getting stab bonus with the Energy Ball, while Azumarill is getting 4 times super effectiveness against the Jump Bluff. Now, you're going to need to have your Azumarill if you want any chance to take down this Typhlosion. And Spooky Mafia knows it. So Spooky Mafia cashes in a shield here. Nimble tries to get over to the Piloswine and get out of the charge attack, and they do. Piloswine is able to get out the Icicle Spear against the opposing Jump Bluff. Spooky Mafia chooses to take the attack against that Jump Bluff, and now it is Typhlosion against 2 other Pokemon, but only 2 Incinerates. It was all it would take to take down that Piloswine, and now with 2 Thunder Punches, Typhlosion is all but done. All it has to do is throw 2 Thunder Punches and connect to win. 1 is enough to knock out entirely, like you just saw right there. So that is a round 1 win in favor of Spooky Mafia. Tell you about the time I milked a Piloswine. Sounds like a hairy process, that's for sure. Trainers are going back to the decision room. They're saying, what should we bring? What can I do to make sure on the side of Spooky Mafia saying, I want to make sure I win this next battle 2-0. This has gone on long enough. While on the opposing side, Nimble Dragon says, how do I make sure that I do not lose here, that I move on and make it to that final round? Because if I make it to that final round, I'm guaranteed at least $20, but I want that $100 grand prize. A Wild Ghastly is in the chat. Exclamation point Pokecatch if you want to try to catch that Pokemon. Trainers are both still deciding, unsure who they're going to bring, what they're going to lock in. We have a trainer locked in. Nimble Dragon has locked in their team. Spooky Mafia double, triple checking to make sure that the team they bring is the best answer for whatever it is that Nimble Dragon's going to bring. They want to get that 2-0. They want to make it to the finals. Only one trainer can, and there's still at least one more battle to go through. We are here in round number 2. It is Raikou versus Jump Bluff. Now, Raikou is at a little bit of a neutral advantage here because it resists the acrobatics. It's not going to take such heavy damage that Jump Bluff could be producing. However, these attacks are Wild Charge. Now, Wild Charge drastically drops your defense when you use it. So Nimble Dragon threw a Wild Charge. Spooky Mafia chose not to shield it, and the Nimble Dragon was immediately able to get over to their Miltank before Spooky Mafia could throw a charge attack, meaning that Spooky Mafia wasted that energy on the Miltank. Miltank going for 100% energy before getting out any charge attacks against this Furret. We've seen this kind of interaction before between Furret and Miltank time and time again, and already we've seen it 3 times against Spooky Mafia and Nimble. It is quite a spectacle going on right here. Can Spooky Mafia's Furret knock out this 3-upped body slam Miltank, or is Spooky Mafia just going to completely let Furret go. Chooses to let that go. Furret does have 2 Swifts in the bank. One's not going to be enough. You're going to need to get both out if you want to take out this Miltank. Miltank's going to hold on with just enough. And Furret holds on with 1 HP to get out that second Swift. This is going to knock out the Furret or knock out the Miltank or threaten to. So the first shield is finally used in this match, and it's so that Miltank can get through to the next round. And so that way this trainer can decide, where do I want to invest my shields? Where do I want to bring into this Pokemon? I want the advantage on the 2v2 is what Nimble said. That's why he brought out, that's why he used the shield on the Miltank. We see yet another energy ball coming out from this Jumpluff. It makes contact with Raikou, and Raikou is not liking it. 1 Incinerate comes out from the Typhlosion, but it's going on into this Azumarill, who's using all this fast attack damage that it can to get out against the Typhlosion. Typhlosion is going to get to 2 Thunder Punches, so Nimble Dragon knows they have to take at least 1. Continues to go for the farm down, is going to shield here. Can Typhlosion get to a 3rd Thunder Punch, or will Nimble get an egregious farm down against this trainer that is going to have 2 Pokemon? Typhlosion goes down, or 2 shields against a 2-on-1 game. Here comes the first Ice Beam. Spooky Mafia deciding, do I want to take it? No, is going to shield, is going to try to still make it out alive. Here comes the second Ice Beam, and now Spooky Mafia is only 1 Fairy Wind away from that extra energy ball. But I think that Raikou was at the second Wild Charge. So Spooky Mafia says, you know what? It's not worth dragging this out any longer. I'm going to concede. I'm going to let the Ice Beam go through. I'm going to take the loss in this one. That gives Nimble Dragon the win. We now have 1 win apiece getting into a decisive game number 3. The winner of this next battle will go on to the finals. The winner of this next battle is guaranteed a prize, and the winner of this next battle will be competing in a best of 5 for $100 and the title of the Johto champion. Who is it going to be? We got raided in the middle of that last one, by the way. Let me just say, shout out to Tandalion, who raided our stream. Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So glad to have you guys here. Mandusky, welcome on in. Wit, welcome on back. Let's Easter with a follow. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I hate typos. Happy to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And I think that was everybody in the chat. So good to have you guys here. We have 2 trainers that are almost locked in. We have 2 trainers that are locked in. This is your decisive game 3. Which one of these 2 trainers will make it to the finals? We have Typhlosion versus Miltank. Miltank, with those super effective rollouts, is going to be getting some crazy damage into this Typhlosion. And the fact that Miltank paces to its body slam so spammy, so quick, so aggressively, this Typhlosion will have no choice but to eat one of them, and then it goes for the swap. But instead, we are looking at a full type advantage in favor of Nimble. Nimble knew that that Jumpluff was coming, went on over, made sure they brought their Piloswine. Piloswine is here up against the Jumpluff, now going in on a 4-time super effective fast attack, going for the CMP, gets the charge attack priority, is able to get the Icicle Spear off, so Spooky Mafia cashes in one of their shields. Now, Nimble will need to cash in a second shield here if they want to keep this Piloswine alive. Otherwise, this Energy Ball does threaten a great amount of damage, but not enough to knock out. The Piloswine lives on 1 HP and is just enough to get out that final Icicle Spear, which means that if Typhlosion comes back out, it is going to get out a full Incinerate, which is going to put that Pokemon at a huge advantage. So instead, Nimble switches to their Miltank immediately, thinking that Typhlosion is going to come out. Instead, Spooky Mafia brings out the Furret. We see the Furret Miltank mashup yet again. And this time, we don't know who's going to come out on top. We've seen this happen too many times, but this time Miltank is down in HP, up in energy, trying to get everything it can into this little Furret. But is it going to be enough? Gets out one more body slam, forces Spooky Mafia to use their final shield as they are going for 100% energy before throwing a single move. Throws the Trailblaze here. Will Nimble save the Miltank? No. Nimble chooses to give up the Miltank. The Trailblaze connects, giving this for a +1 in attack. And here comes that Azumarill. Azumarill trying to farm down this Furret, knowing that Typhlosion is in the back. A +1 Trailblaze does connect, but still does less than half of the damage needed to take out this Furret. Goes for the catch. Catch failed, but instead goes for a simul knockout. So now we have Typhlosion versus Azumarill. Azumarill gets the move. Azumarill is able to get out that player of Nimble's Azumarill takes down the Typhlosion, which means Nimble Dragon LKJ moves on to the finals. Wow, what a way to end that battle. Holy macaroni with the chicken strips. That was intense. What a crazy, crazy set that was. That means that Nimble Dragon will be guaranteed a prize and move on to the finals, where Nimble Dragon will face one of the two following trainers, either Executor or Killyboy. Which will it be? We're going to cue those two up right now. Killyboy versus Executor. Oh. Hey. Kate Kelsey, what's going on? Kate Kelsey, welcome to the stream. Mario So Real as well. Welcome on back. Tandalion, more like Tandalicious, if you ask me. All right. So, moving on in. Like I said, Killyboy versus Executor. Fine, Killyboy. And then oh. Okay. Killyboy. Stop doing that. Versus Executor. I miss Mario. It's almost like he's right here. Oh. Never mind. I have an update. I've been informed by our judges that Killyboy and Executor did their battle off stream. They were unaware that we were going to have them go on stream. And Executor ended up winning in a 2-1 matchup. So Executor will be moving on to the finals. Right? It's Executor? Yes. Executor versus Nimble in the final rounds of the day. Give me 1 second. Executor versus Killyboy. Versus Nimble. I'm sorry. Executor versus Nimble. Let's cue those up. All right. We just saw Nimble. You might remember Executor from before, but Executor is bringing that Shadow Quillfish, which I did say at the beginning of this stream was going to be a pivotal Pokemon. And on the side of Nimble Dragon, we just saw the Raikou, the Piloswine, the Azumarill. These are all Pokemon that were playing very heavily in favor for Nimble. We have some interesting matchups here. Some overlap for sure. The three Pokemon, one of these... Okay, let's start with this. It is guaranteed that a Miltank, a Jumpluff, and a Raikou will be winning this tournament. That is guaranteed. Now the question is, will a Kingdra, Quillfish, and Furret win, or will a Piloswine, Azumarill, and Ariados win? You guys should have joined. Absolutely. Don't worry. The August one's coming up very quickly. You will see very soon. All right. We are queuing up for these trainers. Now, a reminder that this is a best of 5. If you lose 2, you can still reverse sweep and win the entire thing. You are not out if you lose twice. You are out if you lose thrice. Arcade Gamer, you should do it. Come on. And this is where I put my Great League Raikou. If I had one. W reference, Dink. W reference indeed. Yeah, I expect everyone in this chat right now is saying, "Oh, I should have joined," or I wish I had joined, or anyone in this chat right now. If you can hear my voice, if you're in this chat as we speak, I expect you to sign up for our August tournament, which will be an open Great League tournament. I'm talking about you, Arcade Gamer. I'm talking about you, Mario So Real. I'm talking about you, Tandalion. I'm talking about you, Mandusky. All of y'all. I expect y'all to sign up for the September one. Making sure that these trainers are good. Last, well, I was reading from bottom up, so don't you worry. I expect you to be there. Someone trade Dink a Great League Raikou, please. Someone get on that. In the meantime, it looks like these trainers have accepted the battles. We are waiting for them to pick their teams. Again, this is our finals. One of these 2 trainers will be the winner of the whole tournament and be crowned the Johto champion, as well as take home a $100 prize. Only one of them can. Can we have a team analysis, a breakdown, Mr. Caster? Drop some knowledge. Oh, I was dropping knowledge before this, but I'll drop some more if you'd like. So as we already talked about, they have the same backline here from Executor's side, the Jumpluff, the Raikou, and the Miltank. All 3 Pokemon we've seen a lot of today. The differences being that Kingdra, Quillfish, and Furret versus the Piloswine, Azumarill, and Ariados. The Ariados is going to have pretty good play into the Jumpluff, as well as even put a little bit of pressure on that Kingdra. But it's going to want to avoid the Miltank for sure. And the Quillfish is going to be a bit of an issue there. On the other side, though, that Quillfish is looking great if it can avoid the Piloswine if it can get in front of it something like the Ariados or the Azumarill, or even something like the Jumpluff. But if it gets in front of that Raikou, it is in deep trouble. Both trainers are locked in, though. We have Kingdra versus Raikou in the lead matchup. This is neutral for both trainers because Dragon resists electricity, but water is weak to it. So it's neutral for the Kingdra to be taking these fast attacks, while in the same breath, Dragon is neutral into electric. So you're seeing just a pure out battle here. Raikou takes the first Swift and builds up to a wild charge. Is Executor going to call it? Does he think it's a wild charge? Does not. Takes the wild charge. Full send. Sends the Kingdra down to 1 HP. He's able to get off one more Swift, but Nibble catches that Swift onto their Miltank and absorbs it very nicely. And then we got that one rollout to take down the Kingdra. Now we see that Shadow Quillfish get out a few fast attacks and then a catch from Executor from getting that body slam onto their own Miltank, avoiding any extra damage onto their Quillfish, knowing that Quillfish is so glassy, and the probability that there is a Piloswine in the back, which is exactly what Nimble brought. By there being a Piloswine back there, Quillfish needs to make sure it has as many Aqua Tails as possible in order to get them against that Piloswine. It looks like Executor's screen stopped entirely. He's throwing a body slam. It does make contact. So Nimble brings out the Piloswine and catches a second body slam from Executor. Executor is going for, I don't know, full farm down. No, swaps on over to the Quillfish. It is time to get those Aqua Tails and put them to use. These Aqua Tails are going to knock out the Piloswine if they make contact at all. So with Executor getting up to 2, knows that a Shadow Ball will also permanently take out this Quillfish. Are they going to call it? Calls it. Executor calls the bait, and that Icicle Spear still does so much damage. But Executor is able to get to 2 Aqua Tails and now has to look out for the catch. If Nimble blocks, as Nimble does cash in their final shield on the Piloswine. Are they going to be able to swap out? Goes for the swap, is able to get it, catches this second Aqua Tail onto their Miltank, effectively giving up any amount of utility that Quillfish has left. It is now all up to Miltank on Executor's side in order to take down this Raikou and the opposing Piloswine. Executor has both shields still, hasn't used a single one, is going to cash in the first one here for this Aura Sphere coming from the Raikou onto their Miltank, their final Pokemon that has any play left. Here it comes in that body slam, but Nimble is out of shields, unable to protect, unable to try to get to a second Aura Sphere, and now it is Piloswine coming back out, trying to make sure that it can get to 2 moves, knowing it needs 2 moves in order to knock out, but Executor knows if I can get to just one single Ice Beam, this neutral Ice Beam will knock out the Piloswine, meaning Executor will take the first round win. Very close battles on both trainers. That came down to so many correct calls from either person. Knowing that the other person wasn't going to block the Wild Charge, knowing that it was a bait and it was an Icicle Spear and not a Shadow, the other attack from the Piloswine. Those were some pretty heavy hitting moves and some pretty serious choices there. So now if you're on the side of Executor, you have to realize that came down to some very tricky calls, that you ate that Wild Charge and might see that Raikou come back out again. I don't have any way to see the moves they have, do I? I was going to answer that question for you, Raikou, but for that question for you, Crispy, about the move sets other than the Raikou, but I'm unable to pull those up. Oh, Raikou, I was just mentioned that a moment ago, that no matter what, a Jumpluff, Miltank, and a Raikou is winning this Johto Cup, and I knew you'd be pretty excited about that. Nimble Dragon already locked in. A little bit of lag from their end, but hopefully nothing too crazy. While Executor is making sure that they pick the perfect team, as they want to keep this score advantage as high as possible. Here comes in the Raikou versus Miltank this time. No Kingdra lead from Executor and no Raikou lead from Nimble. It looks like we're having some connectivity issues from Nimble, but it's okay. Nimble will switch on over to their Miltank and is going to take this first Aura Sphere. And it's going to do about 60% damage before Executor brings out that just glass cannon of a Pokemon, Quillfish. Deciding if you want to block the first body slam, choosing to let it go. This body slam will take out half of the remaining HP of the Quillfish, and here comes out Nimble's Raikou. We've now seen both trainers bring their Raikous. They've both been on screen. Nimble choosing not to shield the first Aqua Tail from this Quillfish, knowing that there's at a second one, and even a Aqua Tail does 60% damage to this Raikou, almost getting them down to the red. Chooses to shield there. The first shield has been made, and it has been made by Executor. No, I'm sorry. Is now being used by Executor. Nimble used their first shield to protect their Raikou. We now have a Raikou versus Raikou battle. Which Raikou is going to win? I think that Raikou is going to possibly beat Raikou here, but we'll see if Raikou can make it out alive and take down Raikou. a swap, we now see the Piloswine come out. 2 Aura Spheres are going to be needed. 1 for the shield, 1 for the kill. Is Executor's Raikou going to make it to that second Aura Sphere? Or is it going to go down first? No, gets the catch instead. Piloswine throws the Icicle Spear. It hits onto Executor's... I'm not wearing pants, no. Onto Executor's Miltank. And Miltank is looking to take down this Piloswine if it can. 1 body slam and enough rollouts should be enough to end the match here. 1 more should do it if it's enough, but I think quite possibly this Icicle Spear could knock out Executor's Miltank, meaning that it then goes back to the Raikous. Because a catch from... No catch at all. Sorry, I thought there was a catch there. It's the Aura Sphere from the 1 Raikou, knocking out the Piloswine, but it's all over from here. Nimble has still a little bit left on their Miltank and enough on their Raikou that it really didn't matter from there. And that's going to be a round 2 win in favor of Nimble at 1 apiece now. Again, this is not a decisive game 3. This is going to 5 games. Both trainers still need 2 more victories in order to win the $100 prize and the title of the Johto champion. Oh, it's going to be a good one. I'm excited. These trainers are playing their hearts out right now. Is a lethal combo. Tandelion, I agree. I hope I get to beat... What? On the streets of CT? You beat on any street you like. Just don't get caught. Decisive game 5, please? It might be. It just might be a decider over here. We're going to find out. The 2 trainers are still checking their stats, making sure that they are good, making sure that they have everything they need. We have Executor, who is locked in, and it looks like Nimble's locked in as well. We have Quillfish against Miltank in this game number 3. So Quillfish does have the advantage here. It heavily outpaces, and those Aqua Tails are going to do more than enough to threaten knockouts against the Miltank. However, Miltank, after landing this 1 body slam, is still in a really good spot. So Executor is looking to get to 100 energy before swapping entirely. Swaps to their own Miltank, went for a catch, did not get the catch. And so Nimble brings out their Raikou, looking to get some Aura Spheres in on this Miltank. Executor, again, going for 100 energy before throwing anything. Taking the first Aura Sphere brings this Miltank down into the red, and now they're at 100 energy is going to start throwing these moves. Here comes in the first body slam from the Miltank into the Raikou, and it does connect and does about half of the remaining damage, which means this body slam would threaten a knockout, but Nimble immediately says, I do not want a shield here. I will give up my Raikou. I want to keep my shields. I'm going to bring out my own Miltank instead and throw this final body slam. But remember, now that it is the 2-on-2, Executor's Quillfish still has 100% in charge attack energy, and both trainers are still looking at 2 shields. A catch is attempted to be made by Nimble on the jump flip, doesn't go through, so Executor switches on over to their Quillfish and starts throwing some of this energy they built up previously in the Miltank matchup. Throws the Shadow Ball, so Nimble builds up the first shield of the game. Executor getting to that second Shadow Ball, and Nimble saying, I'm cashing in both shields right here. I cannot afford to let one of these Shadow Balls go through. I want to make sure I win. In comes the Energy Ball from Nimble's jump fluff, and Executor immediately shields as well, knows that they can now use this double shield advantage to get to another Shadow Ball, which is going to do such heavy damage. Plus, the super effective Poison Sting is monstrous on this bulky jump fluff. Will this Shadow Ball plus the remaining Poison Stings be enough to take out the jump fluff when it has no shields remaining? I don't think it will. Now, the question is, does Executor invest in this low HP Quillfish or saves the shield for their other Pokemon in the back. Choose to save the shields, going full investment in on their Furret, who is already at almost 100 energy, getting some great farm before throwing in this Swift, which will knock out Nimble's Jump Bluff, and it's going to be a normal versus normal battle now. The Furret versus the Miltank, both of which have a lot of energy built up. The difference here being is that Exeggutor still has a shield while Nimble is without shields at all, and 2 Swifts will be enough to knock out. Exeggutor already at that second Swift, throwing it immediately, getting the knockout here against the Miltank. Exeggutor is 1 win away from being your Johto Cup champion. Oh. Now, it's not over just yet. Nimble can potentially get the next win and take us into a decisive game number 5. But Nimble is going to need to make sure that they pick the right team, the right order, the right plays, the right everything. Meow. So they got to lock in and focus and choose the right team. Nimble, confident that they know what is coming down the pipeline. Nimble Dragon LKJ just locked in their team and says, I want to make it to a decisive game 5. Oh, something purring, all right. Here we go, y'all. Nimble Dragon LKJ needs this win in order to take us to a decisive game 5, while Exeggutor only needs to win this one last battle to win the whole thing. A lot is riding on this battle right now. A lot is riding on the decisions that these trainers make in the following 4.5 minutes. So Exeggutor is taking no chances and making sure that every bit of information that they can absorb before going into this battle is taken into account before their team is selected. Oh, it was a rare one for sure. It was a rare meow indeed. I hope you enjoyed it. Jack, this is insane. Get the sock. This is insane stuff going on right now. Tenderline, you've been tested. Someone get Jack that sock. Here we go. Both trainers have locked in. It is game number 4. Kingdra versus Piloswine. Who's going to come out victorious? Kingdra going for those surfs. I believe that Kingdra is outpaced by the Piloswine. Piloswine will get to these Icicle Spears first. One Icicle Spear won't knock out Kingdra out the gate, but one surf will. So both trainers playing very cautiously. Exeggutor going for the bait, goes for the Swift, wonders if Nimble's going to shield. Nimble does shield, falls for the bait, and that will give Kingdra on Exeggutor's team the energy advantage it needs to get to that surf. But no, Exeggutor goes for an extra farm instead, says, I don't need to throw the surf. I want to get the energy. Throws up the second shield. Now, Exeggutor going into this battle with no more shields, but with 100 energy, is played it very close, got it down to the exact moment they needed to. Here comes that second shield from Nimble. Although we've seen both these trainers save their shields for the very end, in this game instead, both trainers have decided to cash in their shields. Exeggutor got too greedy with their energy. Instead, all the energy is going to go down the drain, and they're going to lose this matchup in the beginning. Means that this gives Nimble a huge advantage in the type choicing. Here comes on out that Raikou, looking to get some super effective Aura Spheres into either one of these Pokemon, whether it be Furret or Miltank. They both are taking super effective damage from these Aura Spheres. Nimble charging up a bit, making sure they're right at the move and going for the Wild Charge. Wild Charge is stab and just might make it enough to take out the Furret. Wild Charge is not enough to connect with the Furret. So there's a swap instead. We have a Miltank mirror matchup. Raikou is not at a move, while Furret is at a Swift. Executor's Furret holding on to that Swift might be the difference between winning and losing here. Executor going for some extra energy again, trying to really build this up before they throw the first body slam, making sure that if there is a catch, they are not caught on the wrong side of it. They have the best advantage for the catch. They have the best advantage to make sure that that Swift makes contact with a Pokemon that is not at 1 HP. It is going to come down to split-second decisions here as to whether or not this game is a win or a loss for either trainer. If this game is going to be a game over, a tournament finished, or takes us into a decisive game 5, that Thunderbolt is enough to knock out the rest of Executor's Miltank, but it's not going to matter because even though this Swift is going to connect, Furret is only a 1 HP. One more fast attack will take out the remainder of that Furret, which means that Nimble Dragon LKJ wins this battle, bringing us to a decisive game 5. This is what it's all about, folks. This is what we watch for. This is good content, if there's ever been good content before. Both of these trainers have been playing their Pokeballs off, and they are both looking to make it to the crown. Both of them want to take that victory. Both trainers want that $100 first prize and the title of Johto champion, but only one of them can possibly do it. Only one gets to take the victory. Only one gets to take first place, and only one battle remains to decide who it's going to be. Both trainers reviewing heavily. Oh, there we go. Both trainers reviewing heavily of their teams and their opposing trainers' teams to make sure that they pick the exact right combination. The lead here could be the difference between winning and losing the entire tournament. Who you bring in the back line will be the difference between winning and losing the entire tournament. How you manage your energy, where you put your shields, what you choose to do in these next 5 minutes will decide everything for this tournament. We are here at a decisive game number 5. Both trainers have locked in. Here we go. Executor's Kingdra versus Nimble Dragon's Jumpluff in the game number 5. Jumpluff with the advantage here, but there's a bit of a lag. I don't know if that was on both trainers' ends, but Nimble choosing to stay in and get to that energy ball before swapping on out. Energy Ball is going to make contact into the Quillfish and do some heavy damage into this glass cannon. Raikou comes out on the side of Nimble Dragon LKJ to get the rest of the Quillfish out of here. Goes for the farm down. Is going to have to cash in at least one shield. Should be able to take a second Aqua Tail and is going to opt to not use that second shield. We'll get the farm down from here. So Nimble Dragon will have their Raikou on the field with one move fully charged up against this Kingdra and a third Pokemon they don't know of yet. They don't know that it's the Jumpluff in the background. Goes for the move, is able to get out an Aura Sphere. Will Executor cash in a shield? Executor does cash in a shield. And Nimble goes for the second Aura Sphere, but Executor is able to catch it onto their Jumpluff, meaning that this energy is wasted. And now Nimble is able to switch on over to their Jumpluff to get this super effective rollout damage in. But these acrobatics are going to do such heavy damage that you still have to worry about the fact that you have a full Jumpluff in the back on Nimble's side and a full Kingdra on Executor's side. Both trainers trying to make sure that they keep the right alignments going on. Go away. Stupid pop-ups. We're doing a battle right now. Nimble going for yet another body slam. It is not going to be enough to knock out this Jumpluff. You would need one more instead. Executor swaps on over to their Kingdra, and Nimble stays in, though, and throws this body slam, letting Executor get some extra energy up. Now comes in that jump left that we saw in the beginning. This is the lead matchup we saw, but instead, we now have it where Executor is up energy and Nimble Dragon is out of shields entirely. So Nimble Dragon will need to get to 2 charge attacks to take down this Kingdra, while Executor is able to comfortably shield and get out another Swift. 2 Swifts will be able to knock out the jump bluff, and this Kingdra is going to have enough energy to get there. But is there any chance for a catch on Nimble Dragon's side in order to avoid taking that second Swift onto the jump bluff? There is. There is a chance for a catch instead, but it's on the side of Executor, who uses to swap on into their jump bluff and get the acrobatics out to avoid any additional damage coming from Nimble's jump bluff. Nimble's jump bluff goes down. It is now Nimble's Miltank that comes back out to throw a body slam into this remaining jump bluff, which means that all that is left for Executor is their Kingdra. Is this going to be enough energy? Will 1 Surf or 2 Swifts be enough? They go for the Surf, knowing that that body slam is now being obtained by Nimble's Miltank. Surf connects is not enough. You will need a Swift as well, but 1 body slam should be just enough to knock out Executor's Kingdra. And it is. In doing so, Kingdra goes down, Executor goes down, Nimble Dragon LKJ takes the victory, and Nimble Dragon LKJ is your Johto tournament champion from the Go Lounge and wins the $100 prize. Wow. Who would have thought it that a Raikou would win this tournament? Unheard of. If you had told me last week that a Raikou would be even good in this tournament, I would have called you an idiot fanboy. But now, I'll still call you that, but they won anyway. What a fantastic show of battling from both of these trainers. But in the end, it is Nimble Dragon who has won the entirety of the game. Let's go back to the tournament. Look at that top cut before we head on out of here. It was an incredible top cut. So many trainers going back and forth. This battle went on forever. We got to see Nimble Dragon 0-2 or 2-0. Or win against Spooky Mafia and take it on into the finals. We got to see so many great plays from so many great trainers. There were some interesting picks for sure throughout the whole day. There were some wild choices and some singular options, but at the end of the day, only one could rise above the rest, and that was Nimble Dragon, who took home the entirety of it. Nimble Dragon LKJ. I, for one, think this is one of our best tournaments so far. I think it's been such a fantastic time. I love that everyone went all out, that they brought their favorite Pokemon, if they had one from the Johto region, that they supported the people that they wanted to see win, that people hung out and had a great time. I think that this was just such a fun day. And I'm looking forward to our next one as well. I'm looking forward to seeing where we go from here. I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of trainers sign up for the August tournament, which the date should be released in the next couple of days, as we know that's going to be very soon. It's going to be earlier in the month, as there are a lot of other servers. A lot of other servers that are already going to be doing the same kind of tournament later as it gets closer to World Championships. So we'll be announcing when that is in the coming days. But it will be an open great league. It will still be a show 6 pick 3 Swiss with a top cut. And it is going to be fantastic. Okay, now that the tourney is over, I'd like to compliment the beard. I like it with a slight bit of length. Yeah, it's kind of nice, right? Getting a little long there. Tickle my nose. Ooh, I just might have to. So guys, that is the end of our tournament. Congratulations to Nimble Dragon LKJ for taking first place. Congratulations to Executor, who then took second place. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Killy Boy took third place in the off-screen battle. If I could see it anywhere over here. It was here just a moment ago. Da, 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 da. I don't know where it went, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. We will have all of the stats and the figures and the announcements posted as to what happened in this tournament, all of the numbers and figures for you nerds like me that like to see that stuff. That will be posted in the Go Lounge Discord very soon. If you are not already part of the Go Lounge Discord, then you probably didn't know this tournament was happening. So please, exclamation point Discord in the chat right now. Join the Go Lounge. It's the #1 server in all of Pokemon for every game: Pokemon Go, TCG Pocket, Nuzlocke, regular TCG, VGC, local events, global events, regional events, tournaments like you're seeing right here, and so much more. It's been just a fun day. I'm so grateful that you guys joined us. As always, I am Go League Greg, and I look forward to seeing each and every one of you again on the next time we do a tournament, and on everyone's streams that is part of this. On my streams, on Oval Raiku's streams, on Crispy's streams, on Spellbringer streams, Mystic Sparkles, and everyone else that helped out. Katie's streams, Ozito's streams, even Will Cujo streams. Absolutely. Everyone, make sure that you are following all your friends that have been here today's support. Tandalion, who rated us, make sure that you follow Tandalion. Make sure you give a follow to all of your admins and mods that make this community possible, that make the Go Lounge the greatest place. And I will see each and every one of you again very, very soon. The August tournament we posted shortly, and by shortly I mean the next couple of days. And I know Crispy streams every day. I stream Monday through Friday. Oval Raiku's been streaming more often. Spellbringer's been streaming more often. These are your admins of the Go Lounge. Make sure that you are there because there's some really great content. I will see you guys very soon. Thank you again for joining us, and you guys have yourself a great night. Bye, everybody.